Hello everyone, my name is Kasim and I'm the CEO of RemoteBase and Talently.ai. I welcome you all to AI for HR 2024 and I'm extremely excited to have you all as part of this virtual conference. This year we have the best possible speakers we've ever had. We have sessions talking about how AI is transforming HR. And I truly believe that we right now are at a point in our lives where things before and after are going to be completely different. One of the biggest reason I feel that way is that AI is not only a buzzword, but it's actually transforming companies from the inside out across all different industries. It's as big as mobile or internet, if not bigger. One thing that I feel like we're going to see in the future is a lot of agents and AI agents and how they're transforming the way work is done. So we have AI agents for sales, we have AI agents for sales, customer support, all these different sorts of AI agents that are transforming how work is done. And we are also seeing AI agents transforming the recruitment space. So in the recruitment space, for example, we have companies like Findem that are transforming sourcing, and then we have companies like Talently.ai that are end-to-end AI recruiter, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So talking about agents and agentic workflows, one of the biggest thoughts and people have is, are they going to replace us? Are they going to replace humans? So my thoughts there are that AI is these AI agents are there to support humans. They will make humans much more productive, and they're going to increase the productivity monumentally across different industries. So, for example, Klarna announced last year that they saved $40 million just by implementing AI for customer support. Similarly, us at RemoteBase, we've been looking at this so we've been looking at it over the last 12 to 18 months very thoroughly, and we've started automating a lot of our processes. And one of the things that we did at RemoteBase was automate our recruitment process. So we built an AI that could automatically screen and interview candidates, because we at RemoteBase were getting over 10,000 applicants every single month. So we did that, and thankfully that worked so well. We built an AI agent that could interview candidates live, just like it was a human interview, but instead of a human, it was AI. So we launched it as an internal product. It worked so well that we've decided to launch it as a separate product. So very happy to announce that we've launched Talently.ai. We launched it 6 to 12 months ago, beta pilot with a few customers, but now it's live for all customers. We are working with companies like Indeed. We're working with companies like Stanford. And what it does is it's an AI recruitment agent that does end-to-end recruitment. We started off with AI interviews, and then after conducting AI interviews, we realized that AI sourcing is also a big problem. So now Talently can screen source candidates and then screen them and then shortlist them. And then in the future, we're introducing multiple more AI assistive features, such as Ask Talently, where you can ask it about any interview that has been conducted onto the platform. So the basic idea is that you as a company or can just give a job title, a job description, give it to Talently, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and Talently has candidates sourced for you, and the Talently is conducting live interviews for you. It's works really well for high volume roles. For high volume roles such as entry level, mid level roles, even blue collar roles, it works really well, and really excited to launch that. Apart from that, here's a quick demo of how Talently works.
The conventional hiring route is a ticking time bomb of schedules, an avalanche of applications, and a maze of coordination. It's about time we steer towards a smarter, faster, and unbiased hiring experience. Meet Talently.ai, your AI-powered interviewer, designed to simplify, streamline, and supercharge your hiring process. From tech wizards to marketing gurus, Talently is an expert at conducting live interviews for any role under the sun. Setting up is a breeze with Talently. Just add your job title, detailed job description, and select the interview format. Once your job is live, just share Talently's interview link with candidates. No more back and forth scheduling. Candidates can interview on their own time using the link. Imagine being the candidate receiving the Talently interview link. Let's explore a live demo to experience the interview process.
What programming languages and frameworks are you most comfortable with for AI development, and why?
So yeah, for me, I'm most comfortable with Python due to the community support that you receive and the extensive libraries, especially for AI and machine learning.
Just like a human interviewer, Talently engages in a seamless conversation, making the candidate comfortable while evaluating responses in real time. Let's switch gears and explore a live coding interview.
Write a function in Python that takes a list of integers as input and returns the second largest number in the list.
With Talently, candidates can demonstrate their coding skills in real time, while the AI evaluates their logic, syntax, and problem-solving skills on the go. Post-interview, the company will receive an extensive evaluation and a precise score for every applicant, simplifying the decision-making process. By evaluating candidates solely based on their responses, Talently removes bias from the get-go, ensuring that only the most qualified individuals are shortlisted. Talently is able to interview thousands of candidates on its own, shortlisting them, enabling hiring at scale like never before. With Talently.ai, the numbers speak for themselves. 60% time saved per hire, 2 times increase in recruiter productivity, 4.9 star rating on G2 reviews, 10 times cheaper than human interviewers. Yes, you heard that right. Talently.ai not only streamlines your hiring process, but also saves you time and resources like never before. AI-powered interviews, human-powered decisions. Talently.
Awesome. So those were just a few features of Talently. And yeah, lastly, thank you so much for being a part of this. Please watch all the sessions. Feel free to, comment on them, leave your thoughts, and really, really excited to learn with the speakers this year and see what's in store. So thank you, everyone. Take care.
Okay, we're live. So, hello everyone, and welcome to the AI4HR 2024 Virtual Summit. Here we will discuss how the latest AI-driven innovations and processes are impacting business growth and workforce efficiency. The theme of this year's event is Harnessing AI for HR Excellence, and we are going to be focusing on how AI-powered HR solutions can enhance human potential. And yes, we've moved beyond whether AI will take our jobs or not. The topic for this panel session is team success, leveraging AI insights to optimize productivity. It's a pleasure to introduce our esteemed speakers who have made time out of their busy schedules to share their wealth of knowledge and experience. We have Saeed Amidi, the CEO and founder of Plug and Play. He's here in this panel session. Saeed is a business executive and investor with 30 years of experience growing businesses in diverse industries. Saeed, please, can you share a bit about yourself?
Yes, welcome everybody. This is Saeed Amidi, the founder of Plug and Play. And, before I started Plug and Play, I founded several other companies, specifically Alps, American Liquid Packaging, which has about 3,000 employees. And specifically, my hobby was investing in startup on University Avenue in Palo Alto, about like 500 meters from Stanford. But luckily enough, my first investment was PayPal, Peter Thiel, who came to lease space from us. And then along the way, I invested in Dropbox when Drew and Arash pitched at Y Combinator. So I used to do about 5 angel investings a year. And I thought maybe my hobby is better than my real business, which is Alps. So I started Plug and Play in 2006. And since then, I have accelerated 2,000 startups. I'm sorry, I have accelerated 20,000 startups, and I have invested in 2,000 of them. Usually, we are the first check or the seed round or A round, and I am lucky enough to have 34 unicorns among my investment, not only in US, but N26 in Germany, CloudWalk in Brazil, Flutterwave in Nigeria, Honey in Colombia, among other really great companies that I went and saw the ring the bell physical note before he turned 30. So glad to be here and see how AI will change the HR world.
It's such an honor to have you here, Said. By the way, I'm tuning in from a city called Asaba in Nigeria, thanks to remote work. Yeah, so I know very much about Flutterwave and quite a number of companies you've called. So over to Molly. We also have here in this panel session Molly Duffy. Molly is the head of learning and development at Lattice. So Lattice is a people management platform that helps companies improve employee performance. Amoli is a prolific writer whose work has been published in Harvard Business Review, Fast Company, Entrepreneur, and a number of digital outlets. Molly, can you share more about you?
Yes. So I'm based in Los Angeles, California, and I lead our learning and development for all of our employees at Lattice, and also do some work on the customer side around customer enablement. And previously, I worked at global design firm IDEO, and I've written 2 books about emotions at work. And on the topic of AI, we are working on our AI enablement internally and thinking about all the use cases for our employees, and then especially as an HR tech platform, how we can use AI to help with our mission.
Molly, thanks for taking your time to be with us. Yeah, and we also have Dr. Joe Bast, who is VP of People at CRISP. Joe has his PhD. He's a psychologist and a seasoned executive leader who has focused on building strong, scalable HR teams and processes for startups. Joe, please, can you share more a bit about us?
I feel very honored actually to be on this panel with 2 very different people from each other and from me. I think it's going to be a very diverse, fun panel. As you said, I am an industrial psychologist. I knew exactly what I wanted to do when I left high school and zipped through master's, PhD, and then an early career in consulting, largely with Fortune 500 companies. In 2000, I was sent from Chicago, which is where I was graduating and working at the time, out to San Francisco to start a practice that focused our human performance consulting on startups. And it was at that point that I got really enthused about how much we can do as human resource professionals in an environment that's small, where you can move very fast and make very quick decisions. After several years, I left consulting because I had a really good experience, career experience, that showed me the breadth of HR and the different things we could do outside of learning development. And so one of the reasons about 12 years ago I started working for Series A, Series B startups was because you get to run the whole show. You can integrate every HR system and have much more impact than if you're just working on compensation or performance management or training and development. I will tell you, I'm in Vancouver, Canada, and I love working here. Remote work's been great to me, but remote work is also challenging on many fronts. And I think there's some things that AI can do to help with it as well. But very happy to be here and great to be with these panelists.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here, Joe. Thank you, Said, Molly, and Joe for those insightful introductions. We are excited to delve into this discussion on leveraging AI insights to optimize productivity. And our audience is eager to hear your perspectives and experience. So now let's move on to the questions. The first question, right? There's always this, talk about productivity and teams, right? What is the correlation between productivity and organizational success? Said, given your experience investing in startups, I would love you to take this question first.
Wonderful. As I mentioned, we have helped 20,000 startups over the last 18 years, and we have invested in 2,000 of them. And since I'm not an engineer or a technical person, my main decision in investing in a startup is the founding team and the chemistry between them. First of all, I would, let's say, if they are two PhDs from Stanford in genome technology who built Garden Health, when I met them, you have to see if they can work together and build their dream, considering that they are technically qualified, going through Stanford PhD program. Then I love remote work for Joe and for yourself calling us from Africa. But in the early days of any company, I believe you need to be in the same room, same every day. Maybe it's because I'm a little older than the average people. And unless I am in the same team, same physical location, I cannot develop the relationship on Zoom from a distance. But I mean, a lot of my friends, especially in the Bay Area, love remote work and they can function in building a team, distributed team. I mean, like some of the unicorns I have invested in, they have distributed team like Turing. Turing is a great HR company, and he has no problem dealing with his 100 of employees, and only half of maybe about 50 of them are physically with him. But in general, I think the chemistry of the team and the focus areas and execution is incredibly important, given that their idea is good and they are capable of building the product to deliver value to the clients. So, but I love to get Joe and Molly's idea about distributed team versus focused team being together. But I shouldn't be asking the question. You're the moderator.
Yeah. So, Joe, as long as you respond to the question, it's fine. You can go
Yeah,
ahead. Like, yeah.
yeah.
The
So,
question is to try and correlate the
yeah.
correlation between productivity and organizational success.
So a couple things from a very philosophical level. Productivity in teams is a really interesting and well-researched topic. And the empirical research would say the more diverse the team, the slower they go, but they end up with better answers. The more similar to the team, the faster they go, but they have blind spots. And so I think it is really important, as Said said, to know where you're at with relationships and understanding of each other before you try to work in a distributed team with folks. Some of us don't have the opportunity to time it that way, but once you have an opportunity to get together to figure out how diverse or how similar we are, then we can start to work better together. On the subject of AI and productivity, I think this one is really important because the pressure is increasing, it seems like every quarter, to make G&A teams, so finance teams, HR teams, et cetera, leaner and leaner and leaner. And because we have to be leaner, it doesn't change the number of functions we have to manage. It just changes the number of people we have to deal with or do with. There's two really challenging things about this and two really good things. The challenging things are we may only have 3 people, but we still have to support 7 functions. And so those 3 people don't have expertise in all of those functions. You can do your best to sort them, but usually specialists have one specialty. And so with the help of AI, my operations and onboarding person can actually do a ton of work around organizational surveys because she can get a file out of our survey platform, upload it into an AI platform, which will do all of the graphs. And then the best part, it'll take all the verbatim comments and make them narrative comments. That process used to take me a week when I was a frontline employee analyzing surveys. And now it's just one thing on the list of my operations person in HR. So that's one example of productivity. You could do that with every function. Team productivity is also going to be really impacted, and we started having fun with it the last 6 months. We have an AI listening plugin to our team meetings. And in addition to listening and taking notes, at the end, it updates a project plan. It also creates a project plan if it's a new project. Again, I don't need a project manager in HR anymore because I have an AI that will do it. Like all AI right now, you don't set it on autopilot and let it do its own thing. You have to read and make sure it all makes sense and lines up. But 80% of the work is getting it on paper. The 20% of making it correct is much easier if someone else is doing that planning. So those are just a couple of things about productivity in teams and AI.
Awesome. You said quite a number of things, and I heard diversity in what you said as well. So over to you, Molly. Do you want to chime in?
I think when we think about productivity, one thing we need to think about is motivation. And people are motivated by getting things done. And so I do think that AI, when leveraged in the right way for HR teams, can help with not only productivity with motivation, which then leads to greater team and organizational success, especially when you're helping people feel like the work that they're doing is very impactful and they don't have to do as much of the, data analysis, as Joe said, all the things that just took up a lot of time to get to a very impactful outcome, but in the meantime felt a little bit like busy work. So I think that AI can very much help with motivation, and we're working internally to help not only our HR team, but our employees learn that. And it does take time to figure out what are the things the overlap between what are the things that I don't like doing and what are the things that AI can do. And that's really the sweet spot for it. I don't think it's ever going to replace certain things in AI around having difficult conversations with employees and some of the more face-to-face things that we need to do. But I do think it can be helpful for motivation and productivity.
Awesome.
So Alma, let me add something, and I would love to ask a question. I am opening 10 AI Center of Excellence. The first one is in San Jose, California, with PG&E and 9 other corporations. The second one is in Hoboken, New Jersey, with Governor Murphy and Prudential Insurance. And what I am proposing that together we figure out how AI can reduce cost by 30% and increase productivity by 30%. And specifically, since I usually deal, like I met President Marcos of Philippines and the CEO of Bain and Company, Manny, they were talking about how they can upgrade the Filipino outsource as a country to an AI country. So I would love, because I am not an expert in HR, But I would love to ask our panelists, do you think you could reduce cost by 30% and increase productivity by 30%? And I want to tell you guys about a little story in Africa that we did with Visa, with some startups in AI, maybe later on.
Okay. Joe, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, this was interesting. One of my OKRs from my founding team for this half of the year is to find and implement 5 productivity improvements. So this is really timely. I think they were more thinking about the traditional ways of having a no meeting Wednesday, or having some rules about where we store information and communicate. And what I started to come back to them with are tools for making teams more effective, like we've discussed. One example is we need a new employee handbook. That employee handbook, the one we had was written when we were 10 people and doesn't have all the right policies. I have all the information in my head, but I can't take 20 hours to write it down. And so with document creation, I've turned to my people operations person and said, go have AI write you a generic handbook, tell them our industry, give it all the right prompts so it knows who we are, and then bring it back and we'll edit it. And that process took what was a 7 or 8 day process previously and made it into an afternoon. And so one of the recommendations that I'm making to our founders is anyone who is generating standard content. Now, this isn't content about your product, or this is not content about your whatever, but this is standard content that would go across industries. First, start with a template that AI creates for you. So that's one of the big productivity improvements. Another one that I've recommended to people, which we've been piloting, which we haven't implemented except in HR yet, are these automatic note takers and organizers for meetings. It means follow-up after meetings happens faster, and people aren't spending the 2 to 3 hours as a project manager after the meeting actually updating the project plan. So a number of things like that. What I find productivity is interesting because everyone thinks of it as an organizational construct. We need to be more productive as a company, but the hard reality is it's just the summation of how productive the people in that organization are. There are very few organizational improvements you can make all the way across the org that are going to impact productivity. The best you can do is impact individual and team productivity that rolls up to a more productive work.
Awesome. Molly, is there something you want to add? We have just barely like 5 minutes to move on to the other questions and end the session. So is there something you would like to add?
If you'd like to move on, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So the second question I would want to ask will be around designing teams to obtain optimal productivity. Before we even get into the nitty-gritty of how AI can optimize productivity, Joe, you talked about diversity. Saeed talked about being like doing things the old-fashioned way of having every founder in the room, right? So I will start from you, Joe. What factors should be considered when designing teams to obtain optimal productivity?
This is a hard one because different teams have different visions and goals, and they're trying to accomplish different things. And I don't know that there's a silver bullet for every team that will do that. Here's what I do know. Again, because the empirical research says diverse teams take longer but create better quality output, and homogeneous teams take less time but have quicker output but may have blind spots. I think the very first thing you have to consider with team productivity is, what's the goal? Is this a team that is creating something? Are they innovating something? Are they needing to be a team that has output that's unique? So it's intellectual property we have, or an improvement we have in our product. That team needs to be very diverse, because you need it to look at that problem from so many perspectives, and not just functionally diverse. Diverse in age, diverse in race, diverse in industry experience, everything. The more diverse that team that's creating something can be, the better their output is going to be. But it's not going to make them faster. If you need a fast output, you need a homogeneous team, and you need to be comfortable with the 80% solution. And so I'll contrast 2 teams for you. A product management team that is laying out a roadmap and deciding on functions needs to be diverse. And unfortunately, they are usually not. They just sit in product and do their work, but they should probably get CX or customer experience involved. They should probably get sales involved, etc. A homogeneous team would be really good at something like revenue operations, where they have to create a multitude of client contracts. They have to create a multitude of reports. They need to do it in a timely way. The data needs to be good, but they're going to do the same thing over and over again. So based on team expectation and output, should be the vision, should be the thing that drives how you set up the composition of the team.
Thank you very much for that insight, Joe. Molly?
Yes, I think a lot about team effectiveness. And to follow on to what Joe said, I don't think that there is a magic composition. It really depends on what your goal is and what type of work the team is doing. But one practice that I've implemented at Lattice and at other companies is having dedicated time at the beginning, middle, and end of a project for a team to get together and talk about how they want to work together, how they want to give feedback, what are their different working styles. And that's so important. When we don't do that at the beginning of a project, you get into the middle of the project and there's usually conflict. And so it is helpful to have different personality types, different working styles, but only if we understand that they are different and that we recognize what each person is bringing to the team. So we run these at Lattice. We have them as facilitated meetings. And, in terms of how AI factors into this, I think that there's a lot that AI can do in terms of prepping for those meetings, in terms of writing agendas, helping the facilitator get to know what the team goals are and all of that. But I don't think that it ultimately replaces the team sitting down and hashing out how they want to work together.
Awesome. Saeed, would you want to say something answering this question?
No, I think they said it best. I'm very simple. I would just say we have to say what results we would like to get and what value we need to create, and is the team coherent enough and capable enough to do it. And then I believe in really hard work and having a purpose more than just the job. So those are, again, I don't know if they are HR issues, but those are the metrics I look for.
Yeah, I completely understand. Thank you for chiming in. So moving on to the next question. This probably would be the last question. I would start from Molly this time around. So what use cases currently exist for leveraging AI to optimize productivity?
Yes. So Joe mentioned several of them in terms of HR, AI4HR. I'll just mention a couple more. So in addition to the comprehensive employee handbook, there's also things that can be standardized and use an AI template for things like running an exit interview, employee feedback surveys, any sort of HR policy. On the recruiting side, preparing for interviews, even having like a recruiting AI assistant that can review applications. As Joe mentioned, we've gotten an increase in that due to applicants using AI. And analyzing surveys. So we do an engagement survey internally at Lattice. AI can be very helpful for pulling themes out of that. Writing review templates, performance review templates. So there's a lot. And then just more generally, not specific to HR, but just across the board in terms of productivity, some of the ways we've been using it internally at Lattice are helping us edit our communication. And so one of my colleagues created an AI bot that helps with what we call smart brevity. It's based on a book called Smart Brevity. And you can input the communication you want to send out, whether it's an email or Slack message, and it will rewrite it for you as really succinct bullet points that just tell the audience exactly what they need to know. Also responding to things. So a lot of times our HR team or other teams within Lattice get questions, and an AI bot can answer those questions and refer the person to internal documentation so that our colleagues are not answering the same question multiple times in a row. So those are some use cases.
Yeah. Over to you, Joe. You want to add something?
Yeah, I've decided a few tools and the way we use them prior to this. But we could go across every HR function and list some ways that they could use AI that would be better for them. For instance, my recruiter in creating job descriptions. My hiring managers are horrible at creating job descriptions. They have titles and they know what they want them to do, but they can't write a job description to save their life. And my single recruiter can't write 12 job descriptions every week that she gets new posts. So the best way is to put that job title and the experiences required into AI and have it come out formatted such that it's listing key responsibilities, competencies, etc. That process used to take hours. Now it takes 5 minutes. You know, other ways to do this. I'm sorry for the compensation people who are on the call, but compensation's days are numbered. They're numbered because AI has access to the entire internet and it can look at not just job postings, but other sites where people post their salaries. Um, Transparency in compensation is increasing, and it's because there's more information out there, largely because of AI. So not just candidates can look at potential comp for roles, but your compensation person should be able to get, basic compensation bands for any market, any job, anywhere, anytime. And again, that's a process that used to take weeks or months. I feel bad for the Radfords of the world who are trying to license the data they have because that whole area is going to be gone quickly. And then finally, me as a leader, whether it's in HR or another function, if I wasn't a people leader from learning and development, I might not know what to do with a team offsite. And I can't rope HR in every time I need something to do an offsite. So if it could give me an agenda and some exercises that break the ice, and others that set vision, and others that help people connect with each other, I can use that agenda as a leader and basically have a pretty good template for how to run an offsite. There are dozens of more options, but these are just some examples.
Well said, Joe. So Said, I have a special question for you. I want to know what your thoughts are about all of this. For instance, we have a tool called Talently, right, which basically screens candidates. So you could screen thousands of candidates leveraging our tool, right? It's an AI tool. So I know a couple of persons have found that like outrageous, like they want the whole human effect. Why should we use AI at all? But I mean, it's just a screening tool. There's also the human touch in it. So, but what are your thoughts like about tools like such as the recruiter assistant, using AI for interviewing candidates and all of that?
I am sure, like, when we are opening this center of excellence, I say you kind of don't need us to do Microsoft Copilot. But I believe there will be a very specific tools, very specific language models to solve a very specific problem. And specifically, like in HR, the only companies that come to my mind is Usher or Glenn, the AI companies that just help behind the firewall to help you be more productive in recruitment. And again, I don't know this Talenty and how do you guys screen the lot of applicants. But as earlier we said, the AI is going to make it easier for applicants to apply to more companies. But somehow we need to find the smallest tools and more accurate tool that is going to help us. And it could be Talenty, that it could help us to save time and be more productive. I have worked with Sanlam or First Bank and MTN in Africa. And I did a project with Visa last year with 23 startups in Africa. And when we wanted to choose the 23 startups, we received 1,400 applicants. And again, I have not found the right AI tool to choose the 23 startups from the 1,400 applicants. Again, this is like same as HR. We need to say the company is good, the talent is good, the product is good. But I can tell you, my people, I have to ask them what tools they used, were so good that we usually only invest in 10% of the startups we accelerate. And out of this 23, we invested in 8 in Africa. And I guarantee we will have 2 Flutter waves in there. So my idea is, again, I think these tools, may it be HR tool or selection of a startup tool, is great, but you still need the final human touch and the final personal evaluation of the people. And hopefully the tools have done a good job and showed you the best 10 candidates, because sometimes if the tool makes a mistake, you have lost the best candidate. So I'm looking forward for guidance from Molly and Joe in my selection in the future.
Thank you so much, Said. Yep, and it's a wrap. Thank you, Said. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Joe, for those insightful, takeaways. Like it's like thank you for honoring us with your presence and sharing these valuable insights and experience with our audience. So it's a wrap. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you
bye.
so much. Bye bye. Thank
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick, Head of Policy at Deal. Today, I'll discuss how public policy will shape AI's role in HR and payroll. Over the next 15 minutes, I'll cover key regulations like the EUA Act and various state laws in the US, and I'll explore how they'll affect the way companies hire, manage, and pay their global teams. Plus, I'll share Deal's perspective on navigating these policies and what businesses need to know. Before we get into AI and regulations, here's a bit about me. I've been the global head of policy at Deal since last year. Before that, I spent the previous 5 years leading the policy team at Wise. That's a global payments company. And I'd also spent a decade working for the US Congress, mostly on the Senate Banking Committee. So my experience has given me a broad view of how public policy impacts industries like HR and payments. And I'm excited to share my insights with you today. Now, first, let me introduce Deal. We're one of the fastest growing startups in history, and we're an all-in-one HR platform that helps businesses hire, manage, and pay global teams. The problem we're solving is that instead of using multiple HR vendors in different countries, companies can use Deal as a single solution for everything everywhere. We simplify new market entry. We ensure employment compliance as companies expand globally, making it easier to grow without the complexities of navigating different local regulations. Here's what we'll cover today. First, we'll look at key AI regulations that are popping up around the world and discuss how they impact us. Then I'll dive into how Deal approaches AI in HR and payroll. And after that, we'll explore how these new regulations will affect HR teams, particularly with regard to regulatory changes that are upcoming. And finally, I'll wrap up with what's next for AI in HR and from the policy world. So let's take a look and jump in. So let's start with the regulation shaping how AI is being used in HR. These regulations are essential because they shape how businesses use AI fairly and ethically while ensuring compliance. For HR teams, it's important to understand how these rules will impact hiring, managing employees, and handling sensitive data. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo in the US perfectly captures the balance we need between innovation and safety when it comes to AI. Her words highlight the potential of AI, but also the risks if it's not properly regulated. This quote is a reminder that as AI evolves, thoughtful regulation is key to allowing businesses to thrive while keeping everyone safe. So let's take a closer look at AI regulations around the world. Governments are taking different approaches, and this is evolving quickly, but here's where things stand at this moment. In the EU, the AI Act is the first comprehensive legislation to regulate AI. It became law on August 2nd. Provisions are being phased in now subsequently. The law classifies AI into risk categories, from unacceptable risks like social scoring to high risk applications relevant to HR. So think biometrics, worker management, employment. Companies can face significant fines for noncompliance. In the US, there's no national framework yet. It may take a while, considering the experience on data privacy, but states are stepping in as a result. So Colorado and California have both passed laws focusing on AI transparency, bias reduction, especially related to hiring is really key. And in fact, Governor Newsom in California right now has a bunch of potential AI laws on his desk that he has to decide whether to sign or veto this month. They've some of them, particularly making tech companies liable for harm caused by their AI models, has led to heavy opposition from the tech community. Some localities are stepping into New York City. They're looking at bias audits, for example, for AI hiring. A lot of similar themes here in the U.S. in particular, and then globally, countries like Canada. There's an AI bill being developed and proposed to ensure transparency. Employment, HR is central to that effort. Data privacy is related to it, of course. And China has implemented some of the most controlled AI regulations, ensuring that the development of AI aligns with national priorities. You have countries like Brazil and Japan have published guidelines, and then international bodies, the OECD, the UN. There's a host of multilateral discussions happening right now, trying to establish global standards. So this is definitely, on the policymaking side, as exciting a time as there is. And so what's clear across these regions is that regulations are moving fast. Governments are still trying to figure out what they want to do exactly, but they recognize the need for clear rules to ensure AI is safe, fair, and transparent. And so for businesses, that means prioritizing compliance as these rules come into force, and making sure the systems are set up properly, because if not, there's a pretty big risk of scrutiny. So now that we've covered the regulatory landscape, let's move on to what we're building with Deal AI. I'll give you some context on how we're helping businesses stay compliant and making smarter decisions and gaining worker insights using AI. So Deal AI helps businesses manage global teams by providing tools to verify compliance across 150 countries and analyze that workforce data in real time. It offers insights into local salary benchmarks, labor laws, employer costs, helping you make informed decisions easier. One of my favorite ways to use Deal AI is what you might have just seen on the screen. And it's asking questions like, what is the maternity leave policy in this country right there? The platform instantly provides accurate country-specific answers, ensuring compliance, simplifying HR management. So now let's talk about how AI regulations will impact HR. In hiring and recruitment, AI is already being used for resume screening and candidate matching. But new laws are making sure transparency and fairness are essential to this. So employee management is another area where AI plays a big role. Think performance reviews, productivity tracking, data privacy and compliance are crucial, especially as HR handles sensitive employee data. These regulations will push companies to be more compliant, but they also create more opportunities for more ethical AI in HR. So let's first talk about hiring and recruitment. AI is already screening resumes and matching candidates. You all know that. I'm sure a lot of people watching this use tools for that purpose. But now regulations are making sure that the tools stay fair, transparent. Companies will need to show how AI makes decisions and follow these new rules. This is really where you want to make sure you're careful. This is what policymakers, worker and consumer groups are very focused on I think of Deal as everything after recruitment, but we're watching this area very closely. Next is employee management. AI is great for tracking performance and productivity, but new laws are making sure it stays unbiased. And so companies need to make sure that these AI tools are fair, do not discriminate, especially in performance reviews and promotions. Would also be careful with tracking employees and their work. Make sure you're following what the regulations say. And then finally, data privacy and compliance. AI deals with sensitive employee info, just like HR, and stricter privacy rules mean companies need to step up their data protection. Kind of one and the same in some ways. AI, data protection, and some countries are even kind of combining the rules all in one. There's a lot of overlap between the two, so it's really important when managing global teams that you take care in how you handle this sensitive employee data. So here at Deal, we've worked hard to craft our public policy position on AI, and so I'll share here how we've landed. We've collaborated and listened to industry experts, policymakers through direct conversations to understand what they're thinking, their view on what's important, and make sure our position reflects those latest thinkings on ethical AI compliance. We do want to make sure we're helping shape AI regulation that benefits businesses and workers alike. We certainly believe AI regulation should foster innovation. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Can't hold it back. And we recognize that's why Deal and so many other companies have integrated AI into their products and services, is because AI is already transforming HR and payroll. So here, we ensure human oversight is part of the process. It's not the machine making decisions. It's ultimately the human. AI can provide the insights, but really want to make sure that people make those decisions. Want to make sure regulations are flexible and not too rigid, principle based, so that they still promote growth. We want to ensure AI can evolve, not prevent that innovation. Also recognize there needs to be clear roles for AI creators and users, a little different, right? So that businesses like our customers aren't weighed down by overregulation. If you're not creating the LLM, the large language model, or you're a downstream user of it and adapting it, those are different, right? So that needs to be recognized in regulation. And so we'll work with governments. I hope all of you are as well, to help them understand how AI is being used in our products and services, helping customers, helping workers, and to have a better experience with work. And I think it's important governments hear that. And so our view, and how you advocate for these thoughtful policies, first, it's thought leadership. All of us can shape the future of AI regulations. Everything's being crafted right now. Now's the time. Explain to policymakers and the public how you use AI to offer better services to your customers. Tell that story. That could have an impact in what's allowed, not allowed, what the regulatory guardrails are that come in the, it could be influenced by, the story you're telling, and helping educate policymakers. Coalition building, certainly you want to make sure industry is not saying different things. So you want to make sure industry is together and aligned. There's a lot of leaders in our industry. Workday, they've done a lot of great work. Make sure there's a balanced AI policy, not even necessarily saying our opinion is the same as them on everything, but they're a clear industry leader. And I think a lot of others need to make sure we're stepping up in this. And then, finally, kind of the third plank of policy advocacy is that direct engagement, direct advocacy. That's submitting comment letters, consultation responses, meeting with policymakers directly. It's important to ensure your customers' voices are heard. And that ultimately will help regulations come that both promote innovation and business protection. And that's kind of the key here. So as AI continues to grow, the regulatory landscape will only become more complex. Looking ahead, we're going to see more countries proposing AI regulations. Businesses, as you expand globally, need to stay informed, adapt quickly. Whether you're the companies in HR offering these services, or the companies using, with an HR team within, that's using software. It's really important to stay informed, adapt quickly, not just about following the existing rules, but also getting involved, public debates or discussions, maybe is the better way to put it. Governments are going to seek feedback from companies like Deal and all of you and your customers. Right now they're trying to figure out what they want to do. This is the chance to shape it. There's a real opportunity here. It's an exciting time in policymaking. At the same time, as these laws and regulations come into force, compliance is key. Regulations are going to tighten, put new obligations in place. Companies need to make sure they're implementing it properly, compliant. AI systems are, kind of fully compliant, or you're going to face penalties. It could also damage your reputation. It could damage the industry's use of AI. It could damage that reputation. And so it's really important that compliance and implementation is key. So Deal, we'll help our customers navigate these changes, stay ahead of the compliance challenges, really critical for all of us. So as we look ahead, here are the key points I hope you'll remember from today. One, engage in the lawmaking, the policymaking process. Be proactive, help shape future AI regulations through public consultations and feedback. Two, monitor the policies as they're being proposed, finalized. You want to be able to adapt quickly to them. And then third, it's as part of that engagement and following what's happening, advocate directly, indirectly through coalitions, through your customers, work with industry peers to ensure that regulations that are going to come in the months and years ahead support innovation while addressing the key concerns, keeping everyone safe, keeping businesses and workers protected too. So we'll do our best to help drive on these efforts, and we look forward to collaborating with a lot of you. So thank you all for your time today. I hope this gave you some valuable insights into how the future of AI and the evolving regulatory landscape is so critical to our industry. If you have any questions or you want to discuss further, feel free to reach out. My contact information is here on the screen. I'd love to continue the conversation. So thank you again, and let's stay connected. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so super excited for today's session. I'd like to welcome everybody to AI for HR 2024. So topic for today is fostering a culture of innovation, and how AI is shaping and reshaping the workplace dynamics. So I think needless to say, over the last couple of years, there's been a massive transformation in AI. I feel like it's not a buzzword anymore. After the launch of ChatGPT, it's everywhere. Large language models are disrupting the way work is done. So today we have some extremely, so we have guests that have immense work in the HR and in the AI space, and we'd love to hear from them what their views are, explore what the future is going to look like, because this is like a massive change, maybe as big as mobile or internet, if not more. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our guests. Firstly, we have Anthony, who's the Chief People Officer at Suzy. Thank you so much for joining us, Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And then next up, we have Jason, who's the senior partner at Mercer. Thank you for joining us, Jason.
Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah. And then lastly, we have Charlie, who's at Spencer Stewart, which is global business consultancy. Thank you, Charlie, for joining us. I will start with questions, but before you answer the first question for each of you, please do talk a little bit about your work in terms of what you do at your respective companies. A quick quick 1 to 2 lines. And yeah, let's get started. So I think the first question probably that gets discussed a lot and is on people's minds is, when is AI going to replace humans in the workplace? So let's start with you, Anthony. A quick intro about what you do, and then maybe you could answer that question.
Yeah, so my name is Anthony Onesto. I'm the Chief People Officer at a company called Suzy. We're in the SaaS, B2B SaaS software space, particularly consumer insights. So we work with the world's largest brands, connecting them to consumers to get insights almost in real time. And so my purview at Suzy as Chief People Officer is overseeing 3 pillars of recruiting, people, operations, and strategy, and of course, learning development, talent development. So, and employee experience. So wide across typical sort of CPO type of role here. And I've been in HR. You talked about mobile and the internet. I was actually around during that period when we started mobile and the internet. So I've been around for quite a while. I'd like to say I got my PhD in startup. So to answer your question, I mean, it depends on who you talk to these days. Now, there was a book that, it's so funny because history absolutely is repeating itself, because as we all know, AI has been around for quite a while. And there was a book that was written years ago by 2 MIT economic professors called Race Against the Machine. And what happened at that time is IBM Watson went up against Ken Jennings. And IBM Watson won, and everyone flipped out. Oh my goodness, the machines are going to take over, right? Sounds very familiar, right? This is the beauty of these things. We're cyclical in this nature. Of course, with ChatGPT, it's more front and center. It's a chat experience, so it's more widely known and experienced than IBM Watson was. But we're seeing the same kind of things. And what they, within their research, because they wanted to find out, is it humans, is it people, is it people, humans, or is it machines? Who's gonna? And what they came out with, and I think we're still down this road, is the fact that it's a combination, right? It's not either or. So when you think about, are humans going to be replaced? Yes, there are going to be tasks. And listen, we're all on laptops. We're all on Zooms. We use Excel. We don't, carbon copy things anymore. Like, the world absolutely changes, and things definitely disappear and become automated. And that's where my head is going. And I think you're going to see, with the proliferation of AI and how fast it's really moving, you're going to see within 6 to 12 months, things change and tasks being automated. And hopefully it's the tasks that we all sort of look at and go, I really would love to get rid of that stuff and be more strategic. So I think it's going to be an evolution. You see, within robotics. And again, when I talked about who do you ask, Elon Musk has predicted the elimination of jobs, in the last year, although he also predicted that we would have electronic vehicles at this point. Neither one of those are going to happen in the time frame we think about, but there's definitely an advancements here. So I think initially it's task level. Tasks are going to be automated, and then those tasks will eventually become roles, and those roles will be automated, and then we're going to reposition people to be doing different things. So I don't think people will be ever eliminated from the conversation, at least in the next decade or so.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you so much. So, Jason, a follow-up on that. Firstly, obviously, your introduction, and then a follow-up on that is, do you think over the next, let's say, 5, 10, 15 years, it's going to be net negative or net positive in terms of employment? Do you think people are going to have more jobs? So like from the industrial revolution, people thought, okay, now machines are going to take over. Like, do you think it's going to be something similar, or will people find other stuff to do? Like, how do you think the next 5, 10 years are going to look like?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And great to be with you. I hope I answer your question. I don't mean this to be like a debate, presidential debate, where I don't get to the answer to your question. So let me try to get to the answer to the question. If I don't, ping me. But really quickly, very similar to what Anthony said, AI has been around for a long time. I started my career implementing DOS based systems that talk to mainframes, and we had AI back in those days. Basically, if someone put in 42 hours as the amount of time they worked, and the system said that's 40 hours of regular and 2 hours of overtime, that's AI. Now, that's a very, very basic form of AI, but it's AI all the way to where we are today from a generative AI standpoint. Every form of AI has said and truly has delivered some work change. Okay, like before it took someone to look at that timesheet, it said 42. and they had to manually say, okay, it's 40 regular, 2 overtime. It automated it. Every form of automation does a sense of that. Now, at my role at Mercer, I lead what we call our global digital HR strategy, as well as our global AI strategy, which is working with enterprises around the world to help them think through this, as well as partner with our team that thinks about how do we redesign work. Okay, so not just the technology, but how do we redesign work? And I completely agree with what Anthony said, that we're not going to get to a mode. Like I had to look up the word replace, as you said, when are we going to replace people? And replace, everyone knows except me, the definition, take the place of. Okay, that's too simple of a definition when we say replace. Generative AI is going to change every job, especially from a knowledge worker standpoint. Generative AI is going to change the tasks that everyone does, and it's going to change the way everyone works. Now, does that mean replace? Not necessarily in my mind. I think there's a lot of people that would like to say there's 75 million jobs that are going to be replaced. That means there's 75 million jobs going away, and that's not going to happen. What we're focusing on is the formula of human and machine teaming. And how do humans and machines work together? And as much as I would love to give you the answer to that, A, it's not going to be one common answer across every company. B, it's not going to be an overnight thing where we're going to flip the switch and all of a sudden, like Y2K, whew, we survived that. Sorry, question. You probably have no idea what I'm even talking about when I say Y2K. Some of us silver talent does, and then the third thing is that it's really going to be formulaic, tied to value. And I hope that's the way we do this, and not just say AI can replace people. We break it down into 3, I'm going to say this simply, 3 body parts: hands work, heads work, and hearts work. And what we're seeing is that we are seeing that machines are replacing hands work as we speak. But what that's doing is it's shifting people to more heads work and to more hearts work. Okay. So I'm just going to close, 10 to 15 years. I'm not thinking 10 to 15 years ahead, because what I'm going to tell you is that if we in HR use AI like we've used most technologies, we're going to waste it. Okay. All of these new technologies that we've put out in HR, where everyone's unhappy with them, the reason why has nothing to do with the technology. It's because we haven't changed our mindset in HR. So as I think about 10 to 15 years, I don't think about the technology order of magnitude change. I think of whether or not we have HR leaders in place that will actually drive that change, and that will determine the success or failure of this technology.
Yep. No, I think that's a great answer, and 100% you answered it perfectly. So it's just an interesting debate that keeps happening. So about whether it would replace people or not. So that's kind of why I wanted to start with that. But I completely agree with you.
Seaman, I don't want to take Charlie's time, but I think it's a stupid debate.
Mhm.
I really do. I mean, it's hard to be so blunt. I don't think we should. That's not the debate. The debate is, are we going to replace people? The debate should be, what does the blend look like going forward? And how do we optimize what people bring? And how do we optimize truly what machines can truly bring to the table? That should be the debate. It shouldn't be binary people, machine.
Yep. Makes sense. So I think I'll follow up with that. I think we'll go towards Charlie, and then I'd love to hear from you in terms of what Jason said. Like, how do you see more shorter term? How do you see AI, all these AI assistants, AI agents coming up in the workplace, and how are they impacting workplace dynamics, and how are AI and humans working hand in hand today, as you see it in the market?
Yeah, and thanks, Kasim. I totally agree with the comments from Anthony and Jason so far. Charlie Stack, I'm based in the New York office of Spencer Stewart. I lead our global data and AI practice, which means sort of 2 things. In simple form, I recruit AI execs into, large and small companies. And then, the other half of what I do is spend time with executive leadership teams and boards and help them think about their organizational needs and, outside the construct of hiring people, what they need to be doing within their own four walls to work differently, to be able to leverage AI, because most of what we see, to Jason's point, happening right now is companies spending lots of money, on AI in ways that essentially waste its potential and sort of fail to produce scaled value. So we're spending lots of time with exec teams helping them on those journeys as well. Look, I mean, the core of the question you ask about replacing human work, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a stupid debate. To me, it's like, it's a classic debate that is grounded in how we as humans tend to risk evaluate things that are new, things that we don't understand, right? And the reality of what I see when I go in and I start working with an executive team on what should we be doing about AI is that, for starters, if I ask 10 people on the ELT, what's AI, I'm going to get 10 different answers right now. If I ask 10 people on the executive leadership team, what's this line item on the balance sheet, I'm going to get the same answer from all of them, right? And it turns out that when everybody has a different version of or a different definition of what AI is, a different version of the truth, what you find are these ecosystems that are just full of hype and misinformation, and which fail to really be able to get at the core of the transformation taking place. So in the near term, to answer your question directly, I think a lot of the work that needs to be done is sort of less focused on how do I use an AI tool in the next 6 months. I mean, my view of the world is, Copilot's exciting, and no disrespect to my friends at Microsoft, but that's already a commodity tool. Every person in your workforce below the age of 40 is chat GPTing or co-piloting their way through their job already, if they know what's good for them, right? And individual workers are going to adapt to widely available tools like this pretty efficiently. The challenge for you as an organization is that can't be your strategy, because everybody's workers are going to do that naturally. You have no edge there, and those tools are completely available to everybody. The game that we're missing is that, because of that, we've all just introduced, an army of new workers into the workforce. I mean, forget generative AI. We have intelligent machines in every company everywhere, to Jason's point, already doing human tasks for decades. And what we've failed to really do as organizations is acknowledge that those new employees, those new workers, if we want to treat them that way, personify them a bit, operate very differently than we do. The kind of intelligence that machine intelligence represents is very different than human intelligence. But we haven't really adapted the way that we operate or the way that we run an organization to be able to leverage those in a maximalized way. So I think it's a lot more about these sort of subtle, people and process changes. And from an HR, this, to maybe take it full circle, from an HR perspective, it's a really exciting time to be a CHRO, to be leading an HR organization, because this isn't the task of the technology team. This isn't some new tool that we have to go figure out how to implement. This is actually down to the very core of people and process, and how do we work and how do we incentivize our employees, needs to structurally change. And the companies that are getting the most value out of it already, the Amazons, the Googles, if you had to pick one reason why, It's just because they work in a way that's optimized to leverage AI. They work structurally, totally, fundamentally differently than a company that was built prior to 20 years ago. And that's why they're going to win unless others figure out how to adapt.
Okay, amazing. No, thanks, Charlie. I think I have a follow up for that, which I'd love Anthony to answer. Is what is the right way, or like the Amazons of the world, to make sure that the integration of these AI workforce or these AI agents or co-pilots happens smoothly over in companies, and they give them an edge and improve the overall productivity of companies. So what are like some practical ways or practical tools that you'd like to mention that are being used, and how can organizations that maybe aren't as tech savvy can also leverage these technologies?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a couple of elements here, and I would say, going back to just some of the comments here, I history has a tendency to repeat itself, and so years ago we talked about offshore, nearshore, and there was a destruction of jobs, right? And we saw that. I mean, I would argue that the political atmosphere we're in today is because of a lot of that manufacturing destruction, or things that went offshore or overseas that seem to be potentially coming back into the US. So I do think we see over time that this, and there's a great blog post, it's called Capitalism Doesn't Care. At the end of the day, it's top line, bottom line. And so companies are going to naturally just go in and go, okay, how do we reduce the cost? And the biggest cost on everyone outside of manufacturing is people, right? So there's going to be just natural tendencies to automate and destroy jobs, and we see it. Amazon is a perfect example. Charlie talked about Amazon. They have robots, right? They've had robots in their manufacturing facilities. Are you going to tell me Amazon is not going to completely automate and remove humans from their manufacturing facilities? Absolutely. 24/7, no unionization. Like, yes, that is going to happen. But anyway, to get to your point, there are two ways that we think about AI in the workplace. One is what Charlie had talked about, which is this co-pilot type of thing. And as that absolutely is going to level the playing field, and you're not going to have a competitive advantage, moving right now does. There are still a ton of companies that haven't even opened up ChatGPT to their employees. Maybe they're secretly using them. So for me, it's building a culture of getting everyone comfortable with using these tools. It's like, when the internet happened or mobile happened, people going, yeah, I don't want to do that, right? Like, no, of course you're being forced into this world, and you're going to need to know how to use these tools, making it culturally acceptable, right? Whenever I do work, I never go, oh, I want to thank my MacBook for helping me do my day job, right? We never give credit to our laptops. Thank you, MacBook. I just want to tell you, MacBook. That way, it doesn't go off here. It's the same thing, right? This is a tool within our organization, so make it culturally acceptable to use it for anything, and give people the opportunity. Now, within the degrees of privacy and data we have at Suzy, we were very early. We saw the opportunity, but we also saw the threat around data and security. So we went to the enterprise version of ChatGPT when it opened up. We then democratized that to every employee and said, we're not going to tell you how to use it. We'll provide you guidelines and best practices. We have a Slack channel called AI4HR where we trade news and articles and prompts and all this sort of thing. But you're going to figure out how to use this individually. As Charlie said, you're going to have a co-pilot now. And still, I mean, I think first there is a first mover advantage, but over time that's going to level. Everyone's going to have a co-pilot. So the second part of this is really integrating it into your systems, integrating it into your workflows, integrated into your product, but not in a way that's kind of jazz handsy, like, hey, look, we're going to summarize this or do this, but really understand the consumer, your customers' pain points. This is, a great example of this is, Meta essentially moved away from the metaverse and is doubling down on AI because it actually helped their customers, whether it's small or large business, in terms of advertising, targeting advertising. Their revenues are have seen incredible growth because AI is helping them in a business in a friction point with their customers, right? So there's going to be two elements of this AI implementation within organizations. One is, how do you create co-pilots for your organization? And I think I've been talking a lot about contextual AI these days, which was spawned out of the Apple Intelligence announcement, which is you have all your data in one place. It's going to have context about you, your email, your calendar, and it's going to be incredibly helpful as a co-pilot because it has all your information. Right now, ChatGPT doesn't know anything about me unless I proactively go in there and say, here's some information. So this idea of contextual AI is going to be really interesting, building it into your already built systems within your company, but being very thoughtful about it. I think on both ends, being experimental, allowing your employees to kind of just play with it, get in there within reason and guidelines, but also being very thoughtful on how you're going to integrate AI within your internal systems, but also the systems that impact your customers.
Okay, amazing, awesome. And I completely agree with you. In fact, ChatGPT just came out with a new feature, which is like memory. So now what it started doing is it has started creating memories for certain things you speak to it about, right? So if I talk to it about one topic and mention something and then start a new thread, previously it would have no context, but then now it started creating that context from the other thread and starts, creating these memories, which is pretty interesting. And I think kind of where the world is going. I feel like even in organizations, memory is like hard to retain across organizations, but with AI and systems you can easily fetch information from across different departments, knowledge bases, ask it questions. So it essentially does become sort of this co-pilot. And on that, Jason, like how is your organization leveraging AI? What are some of the practical use cases that you've seen in your company that have worked really well for people in the workplace?
So it's a great question. And one of the things I want to make sure that we call out here is that data is the spine of all of these tools. And, when we look at how well or not an organization is at leveraging these tools, it's not just a question of the tool, it's a question of the data as well. Because, I forgot which of my fellow panelists said jazz hands. I like that. But, I can do the jazz hands all day long. Like, why does a giraffe have a long neck, and write it into a paragraph that's for a 5-year-old? Like, that's cool. But, as an executive in a company of 85,000 people, when I'm trying to understand the penetration rate of our services into clients in an SIC code by consultant, based on revenue, based on the age of that company, and based on the industry news going on in that space in one day, like that's gold. That's not jazz hands, that's the next level jazz hands. So, as Anthony said, there's going to be levels here. What we're doing is, I do believe, as Anthony said, in first mover advantage. So, I mean, we had a GPT safe rolled out to 85,000 people, internally very, very quickly. And by the way, it's taken a year to get it to the point where it's there. And I'll tell you that the tool is not the challenge, the mindset is the challenge. Okay, the tool works. What people's expectations of the tool are. I love that Anthony has a channel called AI First, and I completely agree with that, because in order to think about how do we infuse or integrate, as Anthony said, AI into what we do, we have to take an AI first mindset. What that means is break down work and say, hey, based on something I'm going to do, could AI do this for me in either a more efficient way, an accelerated way, which are different, or a transformative way? Okay. But if I don't, if I just roll out a GPT and I say to people, go play, FAFO, fool around and find out, that's one thing. But if I'm actually a little more guided in starting to say, hey guys, did you know that you could actually use this in preparing for presentations and know about your client before you walk into the client? Like, whoa, what? But I want to make sure I'm clear that is a north-south use case based on a salesperson going to talk to a client. Does that mean I have to roll that out to the entire organization? No. And that's a mindset shift for people because we're used to putting platforms in place for everyone instead of saying, hey, here's a flow. The last thing I'll just say is that where this is all headed with kind of the agentic agenda is that I'm never going to have to know the names of these tools ever again. And Anthony mentioned Apple Intelligence. For those of you that haven't gotten on Apple Intelligence this week, it's fascinating when you say, add a calendar event, including the closest pizza place to my mom and send out an email. That's what's called intent-based navigation. I never said, look up my mom, look at my calendar, look at a pizza place, and then create an event. It did it all for me. Those are agents all talking to each other. So it's really important when we think about this going forward that that's going to be a change into how people work. And if we believe the fact that 30% of computers are going to be shipped without keyboards by the end of next year, and we're just going to use voice, that's going to be a mindset shift to get people to say, guys, you realize you don't have to do it that way. You don't have to say Excel, open, new, 3 columns, 4 rows, sum equals so-and-so. Sorry, I'm dating myself. But I could just have a conversation with a machine to get it to do what I want it to do. And the amount of time that that's going to save is going to be massive. But it takes the right mindset of people. The last thing I'll just say, Qasim, is we're running into a lot of what in organizations that we call FOBO. And that's fear of becoming obsolete. And there are people at lower levels of the organization that are blocking some of these things, not blocking like protest, but blocking like, hey, you know what, let's wait till there's government regulation on that, or let's wait to make sure it's safe. And those people are hurting your organization, back to Anthony's point about first mover advantage, because they're blocking some of the ideation that's necessary. Gen AI and AI is not a top-down thing. It's a top-down, it's a bottom-up, it's a side-to-side thing to come up with what makes sense at work today.
Yep.
Jason, I think you said 2 really important things there, which I want to comment on in vehement agreement. If the long game for AI right now is a mindset shift around how we as organizations conceptualize the value of data as an asset, because as you said, data is the thing that fuels all this, and it is the thing that will be your proprietary, position in this long game, right? We're all going to be using the same tools. The proprietary advantage you have is your data. And a mindset shift around how work gets done, right? So people breaking down tasks and not just thinking about what a human would do, but also, conceptualizing, when can machines do it better or differently, et cetera. If you're an HR person looking at this, the big long game thing that I think I don't see enough organizations thinking about is this traditional approach to learning and development. I think this is a major gap for organizations. Your average L&D budget supports like a web-based online generic learning module. And we know from research that type of learning is really good if, let's say, what I want is to learn a new coding language. Right? If I'm trying to pick up a hard skill, I can take an online course and I can run through the curriculum and I can learn that skill. If I am trying to change people's minds, actualize a mindset shift, or, introduce people to completely net new ways of working together, that is a terrible way to teach them that shift. And so, the paradigm that I think about a lot, Anthony, you talked about, the sort of, yes, there are absolutely short-term wins around, getting your teams up with co-pilots. I wasn't trying to say that we shouldn't be doing that. I mean, we also should, it's a yes and kind of thing. But I think most companies will misplace the gains, the early gains, because those are going to be short-term gains. And there will be a temptation to just return all that to a shareholder or to sink that into something else. And I think if you want to get to the long game in this, you need to have the conviction that there is a long game, such as I described, which requires some learning at the exec levels and the board level to begin with. But then for your whole organization, you need to be thinking about the gains from those early wins in AI adoption, really being dedicated to a much more robust learning and development agenda for your organization, like a paradigm shift where your employees are really spending time as teams doing simulations, really adaptational learning, the kind of stuff you would do in like a liberal arts university or right where you're like you're completely evolving the way that you think about a topic, because the organizations that can get there are going to be the long-term winners. This is, I mean, not to like be a broken record about Amazon, but this is one of the things that's so fascinating to me about Amazon. I just intuitively, as I hear people talk about Amazon gets a lot of guff for being a tough place to work. I think it's because it's a little bit like being in a religious cult there. They do everything differently and there's no room for exception in terms of how you do that. And it's religious zealotry, but they've needed to have it in order to like have everybody committed to a very different path for a long period of time together. And so, for a very small few people who really drink that Kool-Aid and go on the long journey with it, it's amazing. And for everybody else, it's a rough ride, because it's hard to, as I'm recruiting people, if you've spent 10 or 15 years at Amazon, most other companies will look at you and go, I don't know how to make you work here because you're too different an animal, right? And so I think lots more organizations need to figure out over time how to take the early wins and invest in that long game stuff, or you're not going to get there. You'll be on I started my career at Accenture doing ERP implementations. You'll be on the 25 years to figuring out how to actually get value out of an ERP system that I watched in my early career. That's not a recipe for success, right? We're going to have to get there faster.
Yep. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Charlie. And that kind of answers the last question I had for you, which is like how to set organizations for success in the longer term. So yeah, I completely agree with what you've said. I think a lot of change is yet to come, and the quicker organizations adapt to those change and actually have that mindset shift, the better, and the more edge they will have versus organizations that move slowly. So yeah, completely agree with you. And with that, I think we will wrap up this session. I know we had 30 minutes, 35 minutes for it. We went a little over time, but thank you so much, Jason, Charlie, and Anthony. Really, really appreciate you guys joining me here today. And I hope this was super insightful for the audience as well. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
I think we should be live now. Yes, we're live. So hello, everyone, and welcome to another session at the AI4HR 2024 Virtual Summit. We're thrilled to have you join us for another thought-provoking panel discussion. In this session titled Reimagining Work, AI's Impact on HR Roles and Responsibilities, we will explore the evolving landscape of human resources in the age of artificial intelligence. As AI continues to permeate various aspects of business operations, HR professionals find themselves at the forefront of this transformation. AI is redefining HR roles from recruitment and onboarding to employee engagement and talent management, driving more efficient and personalized solutions. For this interesting panel, we have three distinguished leaders who have been instrumental in guiding their organizations through this transformation and are redefining the future of HR. So let me go into introductions, starting with Mark. So our first panelist, we have Mark Frank, the Chief Operating Officer at Oyster. Oyster is a global employment platform. Mark is an expert in distributed workplaces and organizational culture with significant experience in building people teams for venture-based startups. Mark, do you mind sharing a bit more about yourself with us, please?
Sure. Well, I'm coming to you today wherever our watchers are, listeners are, from Austin, Texas, where it is very hot. But I'm nicely inside. I just have all my lights open and my windows open to make sure I get good lighting on this. But it just means that my office is becoming very hot. So just a transparent declaration. A little bit more about myself, just in brief. I've spent most of my career working with people teams, either running them and building them or serving them in some capacity as a vendor. I was originally a vendor. I got my career start as a leadership development consultant with a leadership development company two leadership development companies out of Canada, and then morphed my way into the career of building people teams. And then a year ago, I became our chief operating officer, where I have responsibility for all of our service side, but also our product and engineering roadmap and how we take product to market. So very pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure having you here, Mark. I couldn't help but notice that you have guitars at the back end. Is that a wallpaper or is that an actual guitar?
Those are actual guitars. Yes, in my background.
You play?
I do.
Oh, lovely. And Bobby has one that's an image actually. Yeah.
Mine's a soundboard. Yeah.
Oh, soundboard. Yeah. So to our next speaker is Bobby Broha, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Safe Security. Bobby has an extensive background in HR leadership, having worked with companies like Netflix and GitLab. She is also the author of Lead and Leave, a book that inspires leadership in the future of work. Bobby, please share a bit more about yourself with us.
Sure. So I'm based out of here in the San Francisco Bay Area of California, and working with Safe Security right now as their Chief People Officer. And loving life. I've been remote working since GitLab in 2017, which is when I left Netflix. So my book goes into that a little bit more, but really I love the intersection of people and AI, and I feel like as a people leader, we have the responsibility of keeping humanity within AI, and am passionate about helping companies do that.
Awesome.
I also have 2 kids and 3 dogs and a husband, and I'm a really bad golfer.
Great to have you here. Yeah, so over to our third panelist, Dr. Shay David, who is the co-founder and CEO of Retrain AI. Dr. David is a technology entrepreneur with a wealth of experience in AI, machine learning, and enterprise software. Through his leadership at Retrain AI, he is pioneering innovative AI solutions that revolutionize workforce development and education. Dr. David, please do share a bit more about you with us. You're on mute.
Yes, that's the Oxford Dictionary's word of the year for last year. I think you're on mute. Thank you, Ayman. Great to be here. I'm Shai. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Retrain AI. Retrain AI is an AI company which is building an innovative skills platform, allowing existing HR tech ecosystem partners to really enjoy the benefits of generative AI. And as such, we help companies hire faster, retain longer, develop their talent more intelligently using AI. I've been around the block for a while, spent much of the last 2 decades building another company, which I took public. So through that, I got exposed to what it means to actually build and manage a very large team of hundreds and thousands of people. And here at Retrain with 2 fantastic founders, Avi and Isabel, are trying to bring the power of AI to make it a little easier for HR leaders to take better decisions using the language of skills.
Thank you for your introduction, Shai. Great to have you here as well. So thank you, Shai, thank you, Bobby, and thank you, Mark, for those insightful introductions. Now let's dive deeper into our discussion on how AI is reshaping HR roles and responsibilities. So to the very first question, how is AI reshaping traditional HR roles and responsibilities within organizations? Bobby, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I think that we're seeing it's an evolution, not a revolution. But we're starting to see some changes there, and I see it in really every aspect of HR and what I'm doing with my teams. It's absolutely in the recruitment and talent acquisition in terms of automated resume screening or predictive analytics. Chat boxes can be effective in scheduling and things with candidates as well as an employee handbook question, right? And if you have that material loaded up, then you can have a chat bot answer some of your employee questions. We also see it in employee onboarding to be able to really personalize the onboarding experience and automate some of that documentation. I love I use an employee engagement tool that if I enter an OKR and I enter the objective, I can use AI to suggest key results that would be applicable to that. Obviously, you still want the human component of making sure that's correct and customized to yourself and your company. And then again in performance management, and it's nice to have AI type things that help us just identify words we might be using that are not inclusive, or helping us write some of those reviews where you get some kind of bad feedback, and then the AI can say, hey, this is how you might pump it up a little bit and make it better. So a lot of it is optimization and making things better, not replacing it, right? But just enhancing and making the tools easier for managers to engage and do that. Learning and development and administrative efficacy. And then that can help us be more strategic in HR, and all the data we get out of that. And some of the AI that can help us to understand that data can make us more strategic and effective as well. So really it's limitless that I see the possibilities of AI, but we absolutely have to use it responsibly. It doesn't mean it's going to replace people, right? People are still super important. And so fact checking ourselves, checking for bias, things like that will be critical, because as we all know, AI is trained off of what has come before. What has come before isn't all great. So we need to make sure to still be influencing those outcomes and results.
Yes, thank you for that, Bobby. Amazing what you say. So the theme for the entire AI for HR Virtual Summit this year is harnessing AI for HR excellence. Just to buttress the fact that AI isn't replacing humans, rather it's complementary, right? So, Shai, what do you have to add to what Bobby has said?
I think that it's important to recognize, in direct continuation to what Barbie is saying, that there's still a role for people. What we want machines to do is what machines are good at, and what we want people to do are what people are good at. And what are machines really good at doing? What is the whole mass behind AI? It's all about pattern recognition, right? One cheat sheet technique I teach clients and partners is whenever anybody says machine learning or whenever anybody says AI, replace that with the ability to recognize patterns in data. If that statement still makes sense, then maybe you can have a go at it. So if somebody's saying AI is helping me do this or AI is helping me do that, and you replace that with the statement, the ability to recognize patterns in data helps me do this or helps me do that, and the statement still makes sense, then you know that that's probably true. So if you take that at face value, then let's think about what are the areas within an HR lifecycle from pre-hire to retire that we have a lot of patterns of data. And necessarily that happens in a lot of places, right? It happens in screening candidates for jobs that we have a lot of candidates to screen. It happens in sourcing candidates if we're trying to use patterns for who are the good employees we want to replicate. It happens and maybe Mark would say more about that in comp and benefit when we run a compare two different roles and see whether it makes sense to put them on the same pay scale or not. It happens when we do career passing for people and are trying to use patterns of what have past career jumps look like, et cetera, et cetera. So I think Barbie's right. We're going to see that all over the place because HR forever has been a very data rich field. The problem is that it's data rich and information poor. I call it the DRIP problem, DRIP, data rich information poor. And what AI can help us do is turn more data into information and more importantly into insightful and actionable information. So I think we're going to see much more of that, but it's the people that are going to drive that. So what decisions do the humans in the loop need to make that designing and defining and looking at those patterns can help them make? If we can think about it through that, I think we're going to see the potential.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too. Over to you, Mark. Want to add something here?
Well, they both already covered all the ground that I would have covered in better ways than I would have. I would say there's retrieval applications for AI, and then there are generative applications for AI. And I think Barbie touched on the generative, and Dr. David touched on some of the retrieval. And the AI has different skills in both of those areas. So on the retrieval, it tends to be very strong. On the creation, it also can be strong, but not without editing, which is something I think we're really realizing is there's a difference between an application letter that's been written with a large language model without any editing, and it sounds exactly like a large language model. And then there's using it as I know there's brands out there called Copilot, but using it as a Copilot to make one's work faster. And what I think we are seeing is as more people get more and more comfortable with both of these two aspects of contemporary AI, they're using it to unlock velocity in various ways. There also is, of course, there's a learning curve, and I think a lot of the interesting news right now that is the big question marks, is AI really living up to its hype? Well, a lot of people are still learning to use these tools, and in any learning curve moment, you're going to go through some times where you're just beginning to understand what something can do. But where I see some of the most powerful applications are how to sift through data, as was already mentioned, but also how to do similar templated tasks very, very quickly, and do it with some degree of automation, as Barbara already mentioned.
Awesome. Thanks for that contribution, Mark. So Shai, I'm going to ask you this question. So, there's been a lot that has happened post-COVID, right? In terms of, job loss, a whole lot, right? And then AI came. The AI has been in existence, but generative AI just came, and then the hype was created, and everybody's talking about AI. But AI has been in existence since we can remember. So, what new skills and competencies are required for modern day HR professionals to effectively work with AI technologies? Because there's a school of thought that, yes, even though AI is not going to replace humans, but we also need the humans to be able to leverage AI to better their workflow and to do their work. So what skills and competencies are required from HR professionals?
So I think that there are three skills or three skill areas that are required: data, and data. No, I'm just kidding, of course. But I think it's all about the data. I think that, again, just to use some cheat sheets, when people say, oh, we have better algorithms, or we have more responsibility in our HR, or we have better decision-making capacity, or we have a better skills framework, or better marketplace and whatnot, many of those statements depend on the quality of the data. So the first skill set that I think HR leaders need to learn is understanding data, visualizing data, understanding the limitations of data, understanding how AI systems learn from data, understanding how data can create biases. A lot of it is about the data is the feeder that feeds this very big machine that we call AI. So the first area I think people need to learn more is around that. And I think there's a tremendous amount of resources out there, some of them pretty good on the open course platforms to learn about data gathering, data information, data processing, data engineering, data visualization. That's something that it's the foundation of AI literacy, I think, is data literacy. So I think that's the first. The second set, I think, is maybe sounds a little bit naive, but I think there's a whole area that has become known as prompt engineering, which is how to tell the machines what to do. In many cases, now the machines, the main interface is chat, right? Chat GPT kind of burst into our public imagination, but the main interface is chat. When you think about your day to day, most of the things that you do, some of them are chatty, but most of them are not, right? Ordering an airline ticket on Expedia is not a chat experience. Talking with a customer representative from the cable company trying to disconnect is a chat experience. So as AI becomes more agentic, becomes more of a doer rather than a talker, we're going to learn to know how to activate it. So the first thing to learn to know is how to chat with it and how to tell it what to do. And the second thing is when it becomes more powerful, more agentic, how to activate it. And again, there are very simple tricks that you can do that. Everybody could try this at home, right? But whatever it is that you want to ask ChatGPT to do, and I'll use Barbie's example of suggesting OKRs, if the only thing you change in your behavior is after whatever ChatGPT gives you or Gemini, whatever machine you're using, ask it, are you sure about this? Please check yourself. Just add that to the prompt, right? And you're going to already get dramatically better results. Just as an example, and I'm just using that as kind of a simple example, but that's the type of thinking. These machines are very fallible and they suffer from hallucinations and they sometimes make things up. So we need to learn how to activate the machines. And in that sense, I would always think about my AI copilot as an intern rather than an expert.
Awesome. Thanks for your contribution. Mark, do you want to contribute to this question?
Just to emphasize the second point that Dr. David just made, in that language is becoming very, very important in the age of large language models. And what I mean by language is someone's comfort level and ability to be very specific, and I mean grammatically specific. I was a classics major in college, classics major and English double major, and so I'm just lucky that that it was trained into me in a very serious way to be very thoughtful about what I write and how I write it. And it's interesting to me that after so much technological progress, you can imagine a future where one's capacity with language is actually the most critical thing in terms of your skill set, because you're interacting with something that needs you to be hyper specific in your language. So I as a liberal arts graduate, I would just advocate for the importance of language use, and very careful language use. A lot of the systems we use to communicate over the last, say, decade in the technology world have allowed us to get sloppy with some of our language use, and that doesn't work with the large language models. So precision is going to be very important. It's kind of beautiful in a way.
That's a good point.
Absolutely. Yeah, great point. Barbie, over to you.
I'll take it, everything, yes. So I'll take it in a little bit of a different direction. I think one of the real skills that HR people are going to have to adapt, in addition to using correct language and using data, that would have been my first thing, understanding data ingest and how important the data that you input is correct, right? No matter what system we use, garbage in is garbage out is still going to apply to data systems, right? So that's important. But the other thing that's super important for us as HR people is to not be afraid and to dive into this and to continually learn, right? There's a lot of continuous learning we need to do as HR people and unlearn and relearn. And so even if that means getting a basic understanding of Python, which some people might think is ridiculous, but I was a calculus tutor in college, so it doesn't scare me. And really understanding those systems and tools, but also being that person to have the ethical stance, maybe with your executive team, and that stance of making sure you're being careful about embedded biases in there. And the language choice can be a big thing there, but also these flawed machines can also be an input there. So being that voice of ethical and humanity that's at your executive table, and then prioritizing. I see a lot of companies, so think about change management and that piece of it. I see a lot of companies just going in all into AI. If you put .ai at the end of it, then you're going to get the VC funding, everything's going to be great, right? Actually strategize about your use of AI. Where is it going to be additive and where might it not be as impactful? You don't have to go all in at once, right? You can take steps to get people comfortable with it and do that change management process, which I think can be helpful. So again, remembering as HR people that we know we're human resources, that means humans, and be that voice at the table, and but don't be afraid, continually learn, dive into these technologies. I love to get sometimes my employees laugh at me because I'll take a demo from anyone. You know, if you want to, like, if Dr. Shea wants to come and say, hey, I want to demo you on AI, retrain AI, I'll be like, sure. I want to learn what's out there.
How's Thursday, 4 p.m.?
Yeah, I mean, I want to learn what's out there. I want to learn what people are doing, right? And I want to learn how it might be useful to the organization. But I also need to prioritize it and not get so excited just because it's got AI attached to it, right? That really make sure it's additive.
Awesome. So let's moving on to the last question for this session, right? We've touched a bit about this part when we are talking. So what are the potential challenges and ethical considerations of integrating AI into HR practice? Mark, I would love you to go first this time around.
Sure. Well, a very real issue for our company. The power of AI is immense. So its ability to store and retrieve is like nothing we've seen so far in the history of technology. Yet there are certain areas of human practice, and our company is one, where absolute confidence in the accuracy of an answer is crucial. So I'll give a very specific example. You know, we are embracing AI here at Oyster HR for all of its potential, but AI is still kind of clumsy sometimes when it comes to taking a very big world of information and giving you an absolutely true answer. Its preponderance to make little mistakes that can turn into big mistakes is something that we've already talked about. So in our case, we have to know the legality of employment all over the world. What exactly is compliant employment in any country at any given time? That means that if in Poland, a particular holiday has been added to the National Holiday Register last week, we have to know. AI is unreliable in many instances when it comes to that kind of retrieval accuracy. So while it is incredibly powerful to organize information in a variety of ways, it is a great librarian to a library, but you can't take it as the answer to a lot of different technological problems at the present moment without a lot of consideration. So I think the nut and bolt there, giving my example with our company, is we are still in the infancy of large language model based AI. It is still learning. Interestingly enough, it still makes errors. And one thing back to the competency for the modern HR person is embrace and be skeptical at the same time. Like, don't trust the technology without question, because that's a recipe for disaster with almost any kind of technology, frankly, but particularly where we are in the history of technology today with AI.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Shai, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I think we can introduce kind of this distinction, which I think is very important, and I agree with Mark wholeheartedly, between automation and autonomy. I think that there's a big difference between those two. What we can do with the state of the art of AI right now is a lot of automation. We're certainly not yet at full autonomy. And in self-driving cars, for example, they divided into kind of 5 levels, with level 1 probably being cruise control that has been around for a couple decades, and autonomy, full autonomy, degree 5 is like truly self-driving cars in every way, right? We're probably around somewhere between 2 and 3 now. We can argue whether we're closer to 3 or closer to 4. I think with AI4HR, we're probably at kind of level 1 or 2 right now, right? We have all these tools. We have screening tools and assessment tools and career passing tools, and all sorts of automated resume reading tools and auto completion and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we can introduce a lot of automation. We can't yet introduce autonomy. I think over time that would come, right? If you have a reliable screening tool that allows you to select the 50 best candidates to interview out of a pool of 500, and then you bring them back to your ATS and send them emails to invite them to an interview, at some point the technology is going to be reliable enough for you to say, okay, just go ahead and invite all these people for an interview, and maybe there's even a bot to conduct the first interview. We're probably a few years away from that right now, but right now we're at the stage of automation. You want to have a look at the intern at every step of the way, and you want to guide the AI and the copilots, and you want to give them more feedback. And I think that it's important to understand that it's an iterative process, and there are going to be some gross mistakes, and there are going to be some visible mistakes, and sometimes it's going to be just perfect execution, and you can go and execute on that. So I think that proceed with caution, I think, is the title. We need to give the state of the art right now.
Awesome. Bobby?
So I agree again completely, and I would go back to Dr. Shea's reference to pattern recognition, right? Not all patterns do we want to repeat. So it's important to also identify those. I get really nervous about the resume review stuff, right? If you have someone with a long career break, but your pattern says a career break is bad, well, is that discriminating against mothers returning to work, right? So I do want to make sure we're breaking bad patterns too. And if we're blindly following, so like with Mark saying, be skeptical, and really make sure you're being careful about breaking the patterns that you don't want to continue.
Awesome. So thank you very much for your time. To our esteemed speakers, we're grateful for your valuable insights and contributions. Your perspectives have been truly enlightening and inspiring. To our audience, thank you for participating in this discussion. Remember, the key takeaway is that AI is not just reshaping HR roles, but also empowering HR professionals to create more inclusive, efficient, and personalized workplace experience. Stay tuned for more sessions as we continue to explore AI's transformative impact on human resource. Until next time, bye-bye.
Thank you.
If you work in HR, I'm about to make your life a whole lot easier. You know, working in HR is stressful enough before having to worry about buying the right software. There are just so many HR systems out there on the market, it is impossible to know if you're making the right decision. And the bottom line is that it's a ton of energy and time. But it doesn't have to be like that if you use SSR's free software matching service. SSR's team of HR software experts will work to understand your organization and then make tailored recommendations for which vendors you should be using. They can even introduce you to the best sales reps at these companies so you don't get stuck talking to a 23-year-old who doesn't know what ATS stands for. And my favorite part is that it's 100% free and you're not alone. Hundreds of companies a month are using this service, from two-person startups to the Fortune 500. So if you're looking for HR systems, book a 15-minute call with one of their advisors and save yourself a lot of time and stress.
All right. So welcome everyone to another amazing session in the AI for HR 2024 Virtual Summit. We're excited to continue exploring how artificial intelligence, is revolutionizing human resources and enhancing business performance. And this panel will focus on an essential part of modern HR, which is personalizing talent management and career growth with AI. In today's evolving work environment, leveraging AI to personalize talent management not only enhances employee satisfaction, but also aligns individual career paths with organizational goals. And AI driven insights are now crucial in understanding and maximizing human potential, making career development a more data driven and personalized journey. So, for this engaging session, we have three exceptional panelists who are at the forefront of integrating AI into career development and talent management. And I'm just going to call them in no particular order, just give a brief intro and then they can speak for themselves. All right. So first one of our panelists is Moritz Sudoff. He's the vice president of AI at BetterUp and an AI technologist that is dedicated to enhancing human potential through AI coaching products. He has a strong background in AI research and has a passion for fostering empathy and understanding. And Moritz has been instrumental in developing AI tools that support employee engagement and career growth. So, Moritz, do you mind sharing a bit more about yourself? Just something brief to kind of bring it all together.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Hello, everybody. I've been, I guess the long story short, I've been trying to use AI and particularly language modeling to make work better and to help us grow and understand each other and become the best people and organizations we can be. It's the most exciting time to be doing that. And at BetterUp, we're building products every day that are doing things, helping people achieve their potential and grow in ways that we weren't able to a couple of years ago. So really excited to be here and talk about what the future holds.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here to share your insights and experience with us today. Next up is Adam Ray. Adam is the founder and CEO of AstroMu. Adam is a visionary leader in the AI and data analytics field with over 20 years of experience creating innovative solutions in technology sectors. At AstroMu, he has developed an AI-driven platform that harnesses educational experiences and skills to unlock new career opportunities. So, Adam, please, can you share a little bit about yourself with us?
Yeah, no, it's great to be here. Really excited to have this conversation. I think there's a level of innovation going on right now with AI trying to really open up the aperture of opportunity for all people and level the playing field is high. We're very fixated on building the necessary data management, governance tools, as well as skills measurement tool sets to be able to enable that. And we think if we thought of it in baseball analogy, it's only the first inning, maybe even pre-first inning. Now this innovation is going to impact a lot of people in a positive way.
Absolutely. That's amazing to hear. It's wonderful to have you with us, Adam. And then we have Tarun Malhotra. He's the Chief Technology Officer of InStride. Tarun spearheads the strategic execution of technology that empowers businesses to drive social impact and achieve sustainable growth through continuous learning. His expertise in integrating AI into talent management solutions also positions him as a key leader in transforming workforce development. So, Tarun, you know the drill. Share more details about yourself, please.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. This is a great forum. And, when at InStride, we're really focused on how to help employers provide debt-free education to their employees that are, aligned with their strategic goals. And when we first started this, it was all about how to provide the right level of access. So, figuring out who can be the real payer in that model. And that's what we focused on for the first 4 or 5 years. I think with the advent of AI and everything we're trying to work on in the labs in terms of how we can, really maximize that technological advancement, it's now all about how can we make that learning, that education even more personalized, and frankly solve the second biggest problem we saw after access, which was time. And I think that AI really helps to unlock a lot of that, and we're very excited to see how that's going to help us kind of further our mission.
Oh, that's great. That's great to hear. You're doing amazing things in the world of AI and talent management. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, Tarun. All right, so as you can see, we have a diverse panelist set that draw their wealth of experience from different aspects of business and technology of human resources. So thank you again, Adam. Thank you, Moritz, and thank you, Taryn, for those insightful introductions and for being here with us once more. And we're excited to delve deeper into how AI can revolutionize talent management and career growth. And our audience is eager to learn from your experience and insights. So now let's move on to the question segment. So just want to try and discuss the transformative role of AI in identifying individual strengths, skills, and career aspirations. Adam, how do you think AI is changing the landscape of talent management and career growth today?
Yeah, no, look, I think there's a couple of trends going on right now that's allowing AI to happen. It's commodification of CPU, compute, and storage, coupled up with the access to data at a scale that's cost effective to be able to extract insights that are allowing us to move on these. And one of the real innovative things, and I know we've focused a lot on this, is prior to, I think, some of the innovation that's broken loose in the last 2 years, most people were looking only at a top-down view of individuals. So everything was a large group and you did your best to guess what was going on. We now have the ability with AI to start thinking about a bottoms up view where we're actually looking at the individual and their personal distance traveled and what that can mean to what they bring to the table in prior learning credits in regards to things of how they're going to be able to get from articulation to better outcomes, or how they're just being recognized for working experiences that don't have a traditional moniker that someone can see as signal. I think a lot of the innovation that's happening right now is going to open up that aperture so that more platforms can get more people access through data. And so that to me is one of the biggest exciting changes in the last couple of years.
And that's great. And you speak of the bottom top approach. What do you think AI can really prioritize, in that process, in the bottom top view, considering that the top bottom view is what we've had for so many years? So what key role do you think AI is particularly changing in that area that will really make the kind of impact that we want to see?
Yeah, no, I think, look, the simplest thing to look at is people have a lot of data that shows through their journey of life. Like, let's say a typical company has an HR systems record that shows a view of the person, an ATS view of the person, a corporate development view of the person, and then there might be another half a dozen views. No company right now looks at that as a unified profile, but they've got an immense amount of talent sitting within the walls. Yes. And so if you're going to take advantage of some of these great platforms like what InStride's doing or BetterUp's doing, you need to understand what you just have in your walls so that you can start to unlock that talent. And right now the problem is the systems are really used for blunt force views. So they're like, do you have a degree? Do you have a specific credential? How many years of experience? And that, as we all know, is a two-dimensional view of a human being.
Absolutely.
A much richer view is looking at all the data we can, combine it together in a unified aspect, and then applying, the machine learning, natural language processing, large language model strategies that are coming into focus so that people can make better decisions based on data, their own data tied to outcomes that they have personalized interest in and their employers might have personalized interest in. And so I think that's just, and we're just so early in the stages of this stuff, but I think it's so exciting what it means for people being able to access through skills opportunity for traditionally they've only had to look at degrees or other monikers.
Oh, that's really good to hear. And just to kind of shift the conversation a bit and just take it to Moritz. You're in the coaching space, and AI-driven career coaching and skill gaps analysis and personalized learning recommendation are becoming a thing, where people are highlighting tools and technologies that can, facilitate a really tailored career development path. So what are some specific ways you think AI can personalize career growth for employees, especially in the area of, career coaching?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm really excited about, and as Adam was bringing up, the ability to draw on and unify so many disparate sources of data to serve and personalize something for one individual is a strength of large language models and of LLMs. So there's definitely that personalization aspect. One of the things that we've found is we've kind of been trying to really double click on, well, what is it about AI that really is a distinct strength that is opening up the space of the possible in learning? And obviously we're focused on a space of soft skills primarily. So really focused on the kinds of things like how you communicate, your influence, your ability to manage, your leadership. And we find that those are often, especially in today's kind of employment environment, the most high impact things folks can learn.
Absolutely.
And in that arena, but I think this also holds in other learning areas, and I'd love to hear other opinions on this, but especially in that arena, some of the things that we find are game changers about kind of learning and growth with AI is not that it's really, really good at mimicking humans, which it is. It can be very naturalistic, but it's not a cheap replacement for a human. What we find is really effective about it is actually the things that make it different from people. So 3 things in particular. Number one, this is a basic one. It's always available. It never runs out of time, right? It has infinite patience and you can pull it out of your pocket anytime. Number 2, really important, it is non-judgmental. So especially in a space of learning, especially in a place where vulnerability can be important, the fact that it is actually not a human has a benefit in that respect, where it makes people feel a lot more comfortable in their learning journey and where they're at. And then finally, the access to unlimited data and unlimited perspectives from the data that are contained within the data. That's another thing that people very clearly believe and know and see in AI, and it's something that allows it to personalize and also anchor a learning journey. So what we've just been kind of excited by in the kind of career growth specifically context is you take these incredible abilities for AI to help you in the moment in a non-judgmental way with accessing real data, but you do it in the context of their organization and their career. So talking about bringing together all these different kinds of data for that 360-degree view, you're now able to pull in the leveling guide from the organization where somebody works. You can pull in other data that gives you that context of like, okay, where are you trying to go and what are the skills that you need? And just being able to stitch all of those things together makes the help that we can give to people both kind of immediately accessible, but also super relevant to their organizational context and their goals in their career.
And it's so important that you said, tailored to organizational needs and not just gathering data altogether. So where do you think the human touch kind of comes in? Because there's this fear, if the AI is going to eliminate the human touch, and you're creating career plans and you're doing this for actual people. So sometimes where do you find the balance in all of that, where it's not just tailored to meet the needs, but takes the more human element approach in terms of like tying it all together, considering that is focused on like core soft skills?
So people ask, Better Up, obviously we do a lot of coaching. We have a lot of extremely professional, extremely effective human coaches. And people often ask me, especially when I talk at coaching conferences and stuff like, hey, so you work in AI, is AI going to replace, are you building an AI coach? And the short and obvious answer is no, because they are, AI and human are very different, and you lean into different strengths. And if there's one thing that I've really learned working at Better Up and working with human coaches, is that there is something ineffable, indescribable, and extremely powerful about a human and a relationship that you have with a human who's invested in your success. Absolutely. And people feel bad about letting a human down. They do not feel bad about letting a machine down. And so there's an incredible, and especially when we're doing the hard stuff of growth, it's not easy. Like that human touch, that motivator, that accountability partner, that extra bit of support can be extremely valuable and important. The way we approach it is, how do we find, there's other things that AI can do that expands the pie of the kinds of learning that we do. So I'm very, one of the things that I'm most interested in, we spend a lot of time thinking and building about, how do we weave human experiences and AI experiences together so they're part of the same growth journey, rather than sort of treating it as like either you walk through door A, legacy human, or you walk through door B, AI, new. It's more braided than that. It's more nuanced. And I would note in particular, the reason actually people use our AI growth tools is ultimately the motivation for them is they're trying to improve human relationships. And that's what we ultimately we find is the key motivator for people to engage in their growth. One of our most popular and effective experiences is a role play. It's something AI is really good at. Non-judgmental, hyper-personalized, immersive practice experience.
And why do people do role plays? It's because they're trying to have a better relationship with somebody. They're trying to have a better meeting with somebody. And so whether you're leveraging kind of the human connection as a motivator and kind of one of the catalysts of growth from a human kind of professional who's involved and invested, or you're leveraging that from like the motivation of the person engaged in learning. There's all these different ways, but it's, to me, it's not, you can't talk about AI and growth without having an aspect of the human in it.
That's really good. That's really good. And just shedding more light on the ability of people to for AI to advance people in the workplace. I'm going to bring it to Tarun, who is working at InStride today. And I think one of the InStride's beliefs is that the workplace is evolving fast, and you're on a mission to build a workforce where advancement and gaining new skills can become like a reality, for people. So for you, Tarun, I would just like to ask you to share some examples of AI application in talent management that you've seen significantly impacted career growth in the workplace.
Well, I think I'll start by answering that question by more tapping to what Adam said earlier. I think we're kind of scratching the surface of that. And so when I think about that question, I can't say that we have seen amazing examples yet. I think we're just getting started. But what I'm very excited about is that if you look at what is happening to employees within companies today, a lot of the focus has been on, okay, you hire somebody to come to the company, we give them some to kind of like, do some incremental improvements. And what's really happening in workplaces is that, employees are having much longer careers. What they took as a degree, in their undergrad or graduate is not necessarily going to help them for the next like 60 years in their career. The world is moving too fast. The roles are changing too fast. Companies have to be much more adaptive and agile in terms of how they're thinking about what their mission is. All of us have been through careers where we've now gone through several major transformations in what the company needs to do. And so employees are challenged to achieve the same goal. And when you think about like, just think of like an average like kind of conversation going on between a leader and their employee. The leader is oftentimes thinking like, okay, how can this person help help the business? How can this person help me achieve some corporate goal? The employee is, on the other hand, always trying to figure out, how can I stay relevant? How can I be someone that is not going to get laid off in the next round of disruption? And so I think what AI really can help you do is kind of bridge the gap between those two conversations, those two needs, and really optimize both what the business is trying to do and what the learner is, what the employee is trying to do in the process. And that's where I see the kind of the major transformation happening, where you can be an employee of a company, stay within that company, or even go outside the company. But there's this constant, continuous investment, in real-time investment in, hey, what do you need to know now so you can be, productive and relevant even like 10 years from now. And what I find really fascinating, and I'm sure that Adam sees this in all the work that he's been doing, is a lot of these needs of what an employee did to do to help further their career. It's not only there's a way to talk about it and break it down. It's also very predictive. Like you can actually know what you need to do to be relevant for the next like 10 years, 15 years today. And with AI, that conversation or that understanding, that insight can constantly evolve. And then as an employee, you can know that, hey, you can stay one step ahead of those issues and not wait for a leader to have those
to tell you, yes,
a year about, hey, your career growth, which I think is just not enough in this world, in this day and time.
That's really good. And you shed some light on basically addressing the challenges, that AI is coming to face. But what other challenges do you see that organizations might face when implementing AI-driven talent? And how do you think they can overcome it? We're looking at things like maybe data privacy, employee trust. And because we speak of all these great things about AI is coming to leverage, building careers in the workplace and all of that. But what is a challenge you will say, or you see as the biggest challenge that they might face when implementing AI? Yeah. And how do you think they can overcome those challenges?
So AI probably just exaggerates an ongoing kind of tension between the employee and the employer, where that trust is so important. And so oftentimes employees are skeptical of anything that the employer is trying to do for them, and like, how are they going to use those interactions? I think AI encourages a lot of like real time interactions, but we all know, and most people are aware that behind all that is also data being collected, and they don't know what's happening with that data. So, for instance, if an employee is engaging with an AI-enabled tool that they're showing their strengths and their weaknesses, how is an employer going to use that information? Is it going to be used for good or bad? If behind the scenes there's it's very common now, people talk about, oh, there's skills engines, skills insights. Well, if an employer can all of a sudden realize, oh, that employee does not have the right skills and employee B does, are they going to use that for good or for bad in terms of deciding, hey, who stays, who goes? Are they going to invest, not invest? And so I think there's we found this early on at InStride too, that we had to walk a fine line between when do we make the employer the hero and the supporter of the employee, and when do we create interactions that are with InStride, because there are moments when the employee needs to know that they're talking to a third party versus their employer. But I think as just like we've had in all kinds of digital application solutions, those will evolve over time. There's the safeguards in place, and there's probably, in the end of the day, there's probably a lot more like good that will come out of it than the immediate concerns, because I think both employers and employees will see the value in what this can bring. So it does not make any economic sense nor any sort of real employer brand to destroy that trust between the employee and the employer.
Absolutely. Great, Moritz.
I'd just love to build on the fantastic points that you're making, just add more visibility and elevate them, because I think this is actually a really important and
huge issue. Yeah.
The electricity and the invention of the light bulb wouldn't matter if people didn't feel safe and comfortable in the technology and then actually bringing it into their homes. Like getting people to see the benefit, trust it, and actually then derive value from it is the key part of the equation. And when you look at AI adoption and where AI is, we talk about we're at the tip of the iceberg. Where is AI actually changing the world or adding value today? And it's actually not really in the workplace. AI tool adoption in the workplace is way lower than AI adoption for non-workplace things. And a lot of the dynamics that I see in other companies is, and these are dynamics we've often had with learning products or with other HR products, is how tools are introduced and the nature of whether this is a requirement or whether there's some ulterior motive that a company might have. Like, all of these things factor into it. And what we've found is, the really important things for any HR leader to keep in mind is, you have to really know and be able to answer the questions about the data. And that's, ask every vendor, make sure you understand, like, do I trust this? And can I explain what's happening with the data and why it's safe? And then number two, it's just so important to put the employee in the driver's seat. Make them feel and make them be the pilot, not the passenger who's in the back of the bus who's required to do something. And so that's also not just for anybody building these tools or thinking about how to implement them. It's just so important to give the control and the ability, the visibility, the ability to control how they're using it to the individuals. And we've seen that actually dramatically changes not just how much people use something, but how good they think it is, how much value they derive from it. So this whole conversation about how do we communicate about it, and it's just so important.
Yeah, I love I'm going to cheat Frida and add on to this, because I think both Varun and Moritz made some great points. And I think, one I would say, I just want to echo 1,000% that when you think about control or the individual or the employer, the theme that they're both saying through, which I agree with, is transparency. And transparency and understanding of the lineage and component is going to be at the core of building that trust with the employees, the employers, regardless of use, the educators, et cetera. And one of the things we're seeing, so at the core of what we do is data management, and so that we can then set up for skills verification, validation. And what we're seeing, and we're finding out talking to large banks, large retailers, is they're like, look, our data is dirty. It's messy. It's all over the place. We have 5 different taxonomies based on tool sets. We're dealing with multiple versions of an individual. We have multiple pockets of educational content. and we have a job hierarchy that isn't even skills based yet. It's usually competency or not even that, and it's linear. And tell me who actually follows a linear path in their life. And so, what we're starting to recognize in our engagements, and we're working with McKinsey on this and SHRM, and talking to others in the space at the Fortune 500 level, is there's a step that to get to the promised land is around data management and cleanup that I think a lot of companies are going to have to pull back for a minute and say, if we want to really tap into the value of what these tools are bringing, we're going to need to clean up our own data so that we can then surface that up in usable ways with our infrastructure partners, so that they can actually get this value out of a skills-based outcome, whatever that is, from its personalization around consulting or around administrative components, to upskilling, to reskilling, to education benefits. And I think, that's the piece that I think a lot of people have just brushed over. But, I was on the phone with Chief Human Resource Officer of the second largest bank in the world. And she's like, our data is a mess. It's just an utter mess. And she's like, how are we supposed to get value out of this?
Absolutely.
We don't know. We don't know what to give you in a way in which you could consume it. And so I think we believe this is a large opportunity for our company, but we also just believe it's a large opportunity for everybody to be thoughtful about, if you can't show that transparency of where things originate, you will have a hard time engendering that trust. And part of that means you have to invest in the cleanup.
Oh, that's so good. Really, really insightful from everyone. I like your input. I like the focus and just, humanizing the part, putting the employee, in the forefront, and just ensuring that you're building AI alongside strong, organizational goals that will really allow it to drive home the impact that we desire to see today. So thank you so much. As we wrap up this insightful session, I just want to extend our sincere thanks to Adam, Taryn, and Moritz for sharing their valuable perspective and experiences. And your contributions have been truly inspiring and informative. And to our audience, thank you for joining us today. Remember that the key takeaway is that AI has the potential to revolutionize talent management, career growth, and provide personalized data-driven insights that really empower individuals and align with organizational goals. So stay tuned for more discussions as we continue to explore AI's transformative impact on HR, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One, and we're live. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another session at AI4HR 2024 Virtual Summit. We're thrilled to continue our exploration of how artificial intelligence is reshaping human resource. For this session, we'll be focusing on the critical component of human resource, which is talent acquisition. And for this, we've themed this session under the topic revolutionizing talent acquisition with AI, from sourcing to assessment. So in a rapidly changing job market, the ability to quickly and accurately identify top talent is more important than ever. AI is not only speeding up the recruitment process, but also enhancing the precision with which we match candidates to roles. This panel will dive into the transformative impact AI is having on the entire talent acquisition lifecycle, from sourcing potential candidates to assessing their suitability for the job. To guide us through this exciting discussion, we have three distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of experience and expertise from their roles at their various companies. Starting with Matthew. So Matthew who is the CEO and co-founder at Employ. So Employ integrates with enterprise applicant tracking systems to deliver consumer-grade application experiences, powering millions of candidates' journey. Matthew's leadership in creating AI-driven solutions for candidates engagement makes him a key voice in today's conversation. Matthew, please, can you share a bit more about yourself with us?
That's very kind. I'm not sure I'm a key voice, but I'm very happy to be here. Yeah, at Employ, we're a candidate experience platform. We're focused on kind of the front end of the talent attraction journey, from how brands reach the right audiences of job seekers and candidates, whether they're active or not, through the experience of finding and applying for a job and the kind of pre-screening involved with that, to the point at which that data is submitted into an existing applicant tracking system. We kind of provide a much more user-friendly layer that improves efficiency across the attraction funnel for both candidates and employers. And happy to be here to have a chat with you.
Great to have you here. On to our next panelist, Anita Chandrasekhar, who has always been in most of our session. It's a pleasure to have you. Anita is a global strategy and operations professional with over 15 years of experience. Anita began her career in the corporate sector with Deloitte Consulting and Goldman Sachs before transitioning to the nonprofit world with Teach for America. Currently, she leads the global talent strategy and operations with team at Zapier, where she oversees multiple high-impact strategic projects across the talent acquisition team. Anita, please introduce yourself.
I think you shared most of it, Ima. As he said, I started off, I've worked in a variety of different roles, all of which have touched operations in some way or the other, right from starting as a strategy and operations analyst at Deloitte, and then leading more of the back-end operations of their interest rate derivative settlements at Goldman Sachs. And then I really wanted to work in the field of education. So I pursued a master's degree in public policy from Singapore. And then for about a decade after my master's, I was in the nonprofit sector with various capacities within Teach for America. And that was where I stumbled into this work around talent strategy and recruitment work. And I've really enjoyed it. And so I've kind of stuck with that. And I've moved into this team at Zapier about 2.5 years ago, and I'm continuing that work. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here with this incredible group. Thank you for having me today.
It's a pleasure to have you, Anita. Over to Alan. So we have Alan Fries, who is an experienced talent acquisition leader. Alan currently heads the global talent acquisition team at Deal, pretty making waves right now. They have thousands of team members spread across the world. He oversees teams across the US, LATAM, EMEA, and APAC. Before Deal, Alan played significant roles at Dot, Uber, and Google, bringing a wealth of experience in scaling recruitment processes globally. Alan, please share a bit more about yourself with us.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. So I'm Alan. I lead the talent acquisition team at Deal. So Deal is a platform to be able to hire, manage, and pay workers globally. I lead our efforts on the recruiting side. So this is all of our internal hirings versus kind of external hirings. So this year, I think we're over like 1,500 hires year to date in the first half of the year. So excited to hopefully not continue that same pace towards the second half of the year. But yeah, delighted to be here with this group.
Thank you, Anita, Matthew, and Alan for these introductions. Each of you bring a unique perspective to this discussion, and we're eager to dive deep into how AI is transforming talent acquisition from the ground up. So moving on to the question segment, the first question I have is around how AI itself is shaping talent acquisition. A lot has changed. I mean, AI has been in existence, but generative AI came and just blew up everything. So which brings me to my first question, which is, how is AI reshaping the talent acquisition process from sourcing to assessment? Matthew, do you want to go first?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. How is it shaping it? I mean, a lot is the answer. AI is really, really good at automating and kind of improving the efficiency of oftentimes manual and repetitive processes. And so much of the kind of talent acquisition journey, it's exactly that. Whether that is on sourcing, how do you reach and evaluate kind of at the top of the funnel potential candidates for the fit for a role? But flip side of that is, there are two parties in all of these transactions. There's a job seeker and there is an employer or a recruiter. So if I'm a job seeker, how do I find a role that is a good fit for me, or a company that's a good fit for me? Once that's happened, we're moving on to the kind of the pre-screening or the application phase. Oftentimes, a lot of that is just repetitive. Do you have the right skills? Are you in the right area? Do you meet particular criteria? And then, and from the candidate point of view is, potentially asking questions of a recruiter, or, scheduling an interview, requiring back and forth between multiple diaries. Assume we've got that through, then kind of we're into the, the assessment phase, and that is, evaluating skills, and figuring out post if they've ticked the boxes on the kind of, initial screening, like, are they going to be a good fit for this organization, etc. A lot of that all through the process requires, just a lot of repetitive tasks that AI can, replace the human from doing, whether that is pre-screening or using a conversational AI for an FAQ bot so that a candidate feels supported and it's like somebody is done real time through the application process. So all of those things can be automated, and we can use AI for. And kind of the exciting thing from our point of view is that then frees up people to do stuff that humans should be doing, to provide a much more kind of engaging and human-based human resources experience, rather than spending lots of time doing these sorts of things. So we think it's going to be transformational, and it is already proving to be.
Awesome. Thank you. In between your what you were saying, I heard the term replacement, and it's quite scary to a lot of people when they say AI and replacement in the same word. But so let me just hold it there, right there. Anita, would you want to chime in?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Matt said. I think essentially the way I think about AI, going to the point you just made, Ima, is AI has the potential to, I think, enhance the human decision making in the recruitment process. It just makes it more efficient, and potentially and hopefully also more unbiased and data driven. So I would say, like Zapier, for example, is an automation company. We're a no-code automation software that empowers users to connect apps to automate workflows. So this is something we just truly believe in, right? Taking away from tasks that can be automated doesn't mean that it takes the people away. It just allows for the people to focus on the most strategic tasks that humans can employ some of that strategic thinking around. So I think, as Matt mentioned, I think AI can really automate a lot of tasks like scheduling, sending follow-up emails. And what this does is I think it frees up the recruiter time to focus on things that require them to actually use their strategic thinking or that human perspective. And I think we're actively trying to do more and more of this, because then when the focus is on other tasks, we can focus on strategic initiatives like looking at quality of hire or experimentation to see what can speed things up or not, right? Because some of these more repetitive tasks are automated. Overall, which reduces the time to hire, which is what every hiring manager or every talent acquisition team wants to do. From a sourcing and personalization standpoint, I think these tools can do a lot of personalization of job recommendations for candidates. So it increases the chances of attracting that top talent. But I think the key to engagement and responsiveness during the recruitment process ultimately is a highly personalized experience. But a highly personalized experience just takes time, and it can sometimes fall short when recruiters just have so much on their plates. Or like Alan was sharing, if the volume is literally that high, can they do that when we would ideally want for them to? And in those cases, I think AI allows us to craft some of that custom outreach and the follow-up messages with just half the effort from recruiters and sources, which is great. And then when you think about the initial screening, at Zapier, for example, we don't need resumes in our applications, but we do, however, expect candidates to answer a series of application questions that are specifically related to that role. So if these questions are currently read and evaluated by, currently it is by our recruiters, and it's a pretty time-consuming process, especially for roles that get quite a bit of traction. I think it's important to note that recruiters are often the experts in recruiting for their functions, but they're not necessarily the experts in those functions themselves. So I think AI can then help refine some of those questions to get us those best fit candidates more quickly and use some of those predefined criteria to pull that out. And lastly, the interview support, which also Matt touched upon. I think the ability to have AI do note taking and summarizing of interview notes is so incredibly helpful. As someone who's used it, I can say it just allows me as an interviewer to be much more engaged and focused on the candidate. And then it also reduces the time right after the interview in taking those notes, summarizing it, and submitting it to the recruiter, who can then move forward to the next step much faster than having to wait for me to take the time to actually take all of that and summarize it. So those are some of the big pieces that I can think of.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you, Anita, for clarifying. So just to piggyback on what Matthew and Anita has said, we're not looking at AI replacing humans, but rather enhancing their job functions. Like we have this tool, I've mentioned it before, Talently AI, which we released to the public. And there was some debate of it, like replacing humans. And the whole idea of Talently AI, for instance, is for like a pre-screening tool, right? So if you have thousands of candidates, right, instead of having several humans go through those candidates, right, the AI could like screen and select the best, and then the recruiters themselves can now go through candidates that have been presented to be the best, and that saves a lot of time, reducing time to hire as well. Alan, I would like to hear your thoughts about all of this.
Yeah, I think a lot of the comments have already been said in terms of the pre-funnel sourcing, etc., and some of the automation there through to the CV review, etc. Just to piggyback on what Anita was saying in terms of note-taking and all of these things, like if we believe that in the next 3-5 year window, like, do we think AI is going to have a significant kind of impact to a lot of the work in which we do? We've already started seeing it at the top of the funnel, but I think there's going to be a lot more things that are going to come out in the assessment kind of phase, right? Not for AI, I think AI is used at the moment in terms of like a screening kind of component. We also have to be very careful about AI making decisions within the process and actually kind of making insights, but stopping short of decision making, right? Because I think that, that's going to be an increased regulatory focus. But equally, there's a lot of insights that can be drawn, right? So the note takers are here, right? We use MetaView at Deal. And I think some of the power around some of those tools are going to be quite interesting because it note takes. So you're able to then start to understand in a future sense, what was the correlation of situational, behavioral, skill-based questions, right? And percentages, and being able to then assess an interviewer potentially versus assess the candidate and give enablement components to interviewers to actually become better interviewers. So I think that that's also a direction when we talk about enablement and helping people make better decisions. That's definitely an area, because I see it, more than I would hope in terms of these are the skills that we said at the start of the interview process that are really important. And then guess what? Like the brief changes and there's this skill that they didn't quite have that wasn't listed, but an interviewer said no because of a skill that wasn't prioritized at the start of the process, right? And all of these things. So it's being able to use some of those insights and evaluate the measurement and criteria, which can have a lot of benefits, such as the bias, et cetera, kind of in the interviewing loop. So I think it's here to stay. And I think that there's a huge amount of value to be drawn from it.
Awesome. Thanks for your insight, Alan. So moving on to the next question. Of course, we know the human resources is not just about the employers, but also about the employees, right? So in all of this, the employee experience is also very essential. Which brings me to my next question. How does AI enhance the candidate experience during the recruitment process? Anita, would you go first this time around?
Sure. Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, I think the secret to engagement and responsiveness with the recruitment process is just that personalized experience, and it takes time, which recruiters don't always have. But I think AI will allow that crafting of custom outreach and follow-up messages with half the effort. But the biggest place I see candidate experience really setting aside with AI is around providing feedback. I think providing that constructive feedback can really improve the candidate experience, and AI can analyze candidate application material. It can look at all of the interview performance and any other relevant data that's there that is in the ATS or the applicant tracking system, and that feedback can then highlight areas of improvement, things that they can take on, whether it's specific skills or qualifications that they were lacking, or just areas that they can further talk about in a more compelling way in future interviews. And I think that becomes more possible for candidates if they're able to get that attention, regardless of whether they were able to get through or not in the hiring process, and regardless of how busy the recruiter is or what the hiring volume is. And I think in addition to just providing that feedback, I think AI has the ability to probably provide that feedback in a more objective and unbiased way, especially if the AI algorithms have been predefined with certain criteria. I think it can do more of that elimination of bias and the subjective judgments that can arise from human reviewers. And that, I think, can then give them that fair and impartial feedback. And the biggest benefits from that, and I'm thinking about one of the experiences that I had as a candidate and how I left thinking, this is a fantastic organization. Even though I didn't get in, I left feeling really great, was the two things that really come out of that is, one, transparency. Just providing that feedback gives me the sense that I understand why I didn't get in, what was going on in the process, and what was the thinking behind that. And I think that really says a lot about an organization. And the second piece is just that positive perception around why, especially when it's constructive feedback, right? And when it's a rejection, the fact that the organization values that time, values that effort, and is still letting you walk away with something that you can use in the future, I think makes a huge difference.
Awesome. Thank you. And then your team deals with tons of candidate application per day, I suppose. So what would you say concerning this?
Yeah, so on a weekly basis, we get 30,000 applications a week, right? So that totals up to 1.5 million a year, 26,000 hours when you look at it from a 1 minute per CV review. So in order to improve candidate experience, you have to have automation at the top of the funnel to give recruiters back time to prioritize the human interaction, right? So that's the first part. Building for scale and driving efficiency frees up time to be able to have a human kind of connection, a human experience. So that's there. Then you've also got like some of the automations at the top of funnel, et cetera, et cetera. I think that candidate experience is not just driven by recruiting, it's also across all of the organizations. So across all of the different touch points, you would have, a hiring manager, interviewers, stakeholder interviews, et cetera, et cetera. So there's also, the biggest correlation for me is about enablement, linking back to candidate experience surveys, et cetera, but then also linking back to some of the enablement pieces, right? And, if there's still a black box in terms of like the interview, either like it's not recorded or like it's best to be recorded, right? But if it's not recorded, then what is the quality of interviewer feedbacks? Right. And if the quality of interviewer feedback submitted, it makes it really challenging for the recruiter in order to give feedbacks, right? But also to coach the hiring teams on how to interview better. And if you do have a black box there, you don't know what's going on during the interviewing kind of process. So to be transparent, you also have to, sorry, someone was calling me on Slack. So in order to be transparent, You have to understand all of your different data sources, and then AI can play a fundamental role in driving insights from those data sources.
Awesome. Matt, over to you.
I think Anita and Alan have covered a lot of it, but maybe I'm rehashing it. Personalization. I think you have the ability to put candidates through a completely personal experience, down to what copy of the job description they see, through to what images are available on that rich page, to do you want to submit your application through a conversational kind of interface or through a traditional form-based application? Am I on my mobile phone or on my computer? Those things don't have to be the same for every single job, and the application process can be completely separate for different types of jobs. So personalization of kind of the application process. Secondly, I think a key part of that goes slightly before that to job discovery. Using the ability to map particular skills to particular roles in a way that may not be immediately obvious. I can, based on my profile, which of these jobs at your organization could I be a good fit for? And it may be that I have transferable skills that I hadn't thought about, are actually based on huge amounts of data, make me very suitable for something I haven't thought about. And thirdly, is kind of the assistance point. One of the perennial complaints of job seekers is they don't hear back, or they're left out in the cold for too long. The ability to have a kind of real-time, conversational agents for you to say, check in on where your application is in the process, or like find out what the next step is, in a way that is super engaging, is a huge benefit that either wouldn't happen or would require a person on the other end of a phone or an email, and just take up time giving back kind of just information that is standard, but to lots and lots of people. So I think those are three key areas where AI is already having a big impact, and will make a big difference to the candidate experience.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. So moving on to the next question. I want to, this has been a subject of debate, right? Conversation in the public space as well. So talking about ethics, right? What ethical considerations should be taken into account when using AI in talent acquisition? Alan, I'd like you to specifically take this question.
Yeah, so it's about decision making. Right, you see in New York, you see across Europe in the European Commission, etc. There's a heavy focus to start to have a look at the what decisions are being made through AI in the recruiting process, right? And everyone needs to pay attention to it. There will be changes. It's new technology. It will be subject to changes. Right, and first interpretation versus final interpretation. There will be kind of gray areas and gray space where people try and push boundaries, etc. But ultimately, in my view, AI should not make decisions in the interviewing kind of process and actually kind of own that decision. It can make recommendations, but it needs to be validated, and there needs to be a human reviewing that analysis and making recommendations. To what extent is there, there's a recommendation on this assessment tool, for instance, and if it's above 90%, then majority, if not all of the candidates are being progressed, and then anything else below that, to what extent is that a human making a decision because they're clicking a box versus actually taking some of that insight is also true. We also see, it's also not perfect as well. So we're all in the recruiting world, and some of our best hires are the wild cards, right? These are the folks that, maybe it's more about behaviors and learning abilities and all of these things. And like sometimes there's an over focus on experience. Hey, this person's worked at this amazing, Halo CV kind of, company. They've worked at like the Goldman Sachs's or the, or the Googles or all of those things, right? They must be amazing. And for a large majority, I'm sure everyone is, but is that the best talent specifically just because you've qualified in Ivy League, right? How does that then correlate back to, different backgrounds, different cultures, what biases are then put into that, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an evolving space for sure.
Awesome. Thanks for your insight. So, Matthew, I'm going to ask you a different question, slightly different question, just so we can cover enough ground, because this is the last round of questions. So my question to you, Matthew, is what challenges do organizations face when implementing AI in talent acquisition, and how can they be addressed?
I mean, I think a big one builds on that, which is, how do you use it effectively without kind of building discrimination and like the wrong type of outcomes into what you're trying to do with a positive intention. A lot these things are only as good as the models they're trained on. A lot of the data sets are from a particular version of history that we've come from. So getting under the skin of that, a lot of this is very new technology as well. Like we're still figuring out how that all plays through. So I think there's a big risk around that. I think there is an obligation, an ethical obligation to be aware of it and to audit these things, and to Alan's point, make sure that they're not making automated decisions. I think there is probably a regulatory risk as well. Kind of, we're really in the vanguard of AI. Regulation is going to catch up, particularly for big organizations. A lot of time they'll probably just wait and see what happens, or be more cautious about that. Smaller organizations, may just dive in, but I think there is risk there. And then I think challenges also potentially around kind of systems integration. A lot of companies are operating big legacy clunky technologies that may not be integratable or speak very well to AI as a tool. So I think those are three areas of potential friction.
Awesome, thank you. And Anita, so you take this question slightly different as well, but speaks to all what we have been saying, and which is what future trends do you see in AI-driven talent acquisition?
Yeah, I think that builds great into what Matt was talking. I think anything that we see as a potential challenge, if we can support, I think is a great future trend that we can look at. The one that I would be excited to see, I think from an ethical standpoint, all of these pieces, I think the bias and equity is something that we should all be working towards. I think AI can be a big step in mitigating that bias, but they can inadvertently also perpetuate or amplify the existing biases. So it's essential, I think, to ensure that the systems that are trained on diverse and representative data sets and are regularly audited for biases. And so for any sort of technology that could help us do that and mitigate bias, I think it would be incredible to see. And I think it can be quite game-changing to make the recruitment process truly remain fair and equitable. And another one that I'd be personally excited about is more around predictive analysis, which I think is already there, but we've all heard the buzzword around quality of hire, right? For example, it's a metric organizations are trying to really get good at to ensure that they're hiring the right and the best people for specific roles. Like Alan said, like what are we picking out of people's resumes? It isn't always just a formula that says who is going to be where. So is there a way that AI can potentially analyze vast arrays of data points to predict which skills are most likely to help succeed for specific roles, and what factors could specifically lead to that higher success of top performers? And what can we also potentially look at as flags in certain cases? I think there's very dominant skills that we can often look at that are portrayed in specific places. But if you look at past performance or performance in a specific role, in addition to that interview performance, is there a way for us to truly get those metrics to see who would be the cultural fit, a strong performer, and someone who would be retained in an organization for a prolonged period? I think that can really help reduce the risk of bad hires and just overall improving employee retention rates. So those are two that I would personally be really excited to see.
Awesome. So, as we conclude this insightful session, I want to extend our deepest thanks to you, Anita, Matthew, and Alan, for sharing your expertise and experience with us today. Your insight into AI's role in transforming talent acquisition have been incredibly valuable. To our audience, I say a big thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for more sessions as we continue to explore the cutting edge of AI in HR. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi everyone, this is Karthik. I'm the founder and CEO of Springworks. Today I'm going to be talking about the AI-driven HR leader, right? And what does it mean for HR in today's world of AI? So a lot of buzzwords, are floating around, right? There's too much noise. There's, automation, augmentation, disruption, chatbots, privacy, bias. It's like everywhere we see, there's a new buzzword, there's a new trend, there's a new noise, which comes up. How do we actually go through all of this? How do we sift through all of this and focus on what really matters? Is the focus of today's workshop. So why this exercise, right? AI is, evolved leaps and bounds. We start with, ChatGPT around December 2022, and now we have, tools doing videos, voice, animations, memes, writing HR policies, offer letters, pretty much everything you can think of in the HR hire to retire, cycle. So we'll break this session into 4 sections, right? The first will be a framework. The second would be, use cases in the, HR life cycle from hire to retire. The third would be, what aspects of this cycle to prioritize based on your own individual needs of, the company. And then the last step is how do you evaluate your vendors, or how do you, evaluate, say, doing it internally, build a business case and things like that. So you can see there are QR codes across the slides here. You should be able to scan and you will get a bunch of resources across this, including this deck, right? So, I love Albert Loyola's, framework here, right? There are 4 different ways to explore this. One is automation, augmentation, expedition, and, reshaping work, the future of work. And we'll get into what each of these things mean, right? So automation is nothing but automating your current repetitive, mundane, non-creative, uncreative work, right? Freeing up capacity. Augmentation is you're already doing the work, but AI is kind of helping you improve it, making you more productive. Think of performance management where you have so much data. How do you make sense of it? Obviously, it is possible for you to do it yourself, but if you have an AI tool to go through all of that and make sense of it, that's an augmentation. Then expedition is sometimes in the HR world, you have to take decisions very, very quickly, because if you don't take, it's not like the opportunity cost of sales, right? Here you would have the risk of attrition, you would have the risk of maybe escalation to a senior level. So you have to take decisions fast, which could be finding trends of disengagement from employees, finding things where a manager is not doing the work, or not speaking correctly, are misusing their responsibilities, right? So and analyzing HR data quickly and swiftly is very important. And then finally, the shape of work, right? Everything, right? How do we do meetings, to how do we communicate with each other, what do we focus on, how do we write down the action items, to what to work on today, to what tools to use. All of that is changing, especially after COVID and now with AI. So use this as a filter to figure out which of the four boxes your use cases fall in, right? So let's start with the four, right? Automation is optimizing, streamlining, resume screening, meeting notes, and automating interviews, things like that, right? Background verification, reference checks. Augmenting is personalized learning paths. Every person is different. Everyone should have their own individual learning paths. Same things on internal mobility, accelerated or sped up, which is people analytics, talent management, deciding, when to hire, which team is, which roles in which team are actually, important, which should be prioritized because there's a business need coming in, because the current people are feeling overworked and whatnot, right? And then finally, the workplace search, the future of work with virtual assistants coming in, today, right? Again, a QR code which you can scan to get all of these resources and more. So we'll talk about the use cases. Let's start with the first step of the HR process, the hire to retire, right? The first step is hiring. So what can you do in the hiring process? So you start from resume parsing. This has been going on for the last, I guess 10 years, right? There are many vendors, Archly and whatnot, who've kind of taken PDF or a Word doc across the world, all different formats, single page, two page, two columns, all of those, fancy things, and then are able to pick the right details, right? Your employment, your experience, your education, name, email, whatnot. Chatbots. So in today's world, people apply to a job. They want quick results. They want to be, they want to understand more about the role. They want to understand the interview process. They want to understand maybe the benefits. They want to understand, oh, is this a remote or a hybrid role? How many days do I have to come to the office, right? They want to understand the process. That's where the chatbots come in. Assessments, one size fits all has never really worked, but till now, until now, we never really had an option. We didn't have an alternative to this. But now with generative AI, we can actually do this at scale, where you have individual personalized assessments. There are tools coming up in the industry, and still very early days, but that's the direction the HR world is moving towards. And finally, biases. This is a tricky one. Humans have bias. All of us have bias. Generative AI trained on humans' knowledge and content automatically has bias, but there are ways to put in those guardrails to limit the bias. So in some many ways, it's actually has less bias than an HR or a human being, right? Because it's able to course correct, question itself, right? That's the concept of having agents. Then once you have, say, resumes in your system, in your applicant tracking system, how do you do candidate tracking, stack ranking, talk to the top 5 first, then the 5 to 10, whatnot. Interview scheduling, there are enough and more tools around finding slots. We still end up doing this manually, where the person says I'm free at 3, and the hiring manager says no, can you do 3:30, and then goes back and forth. A lot of time is just wasted in this, right? So let's move on to the next one. So once the person is hired, is in the company, the first thing during the onboarding is having an HR help desk. That's where a lot of time goes away. Sometimes even pre-onboarding. How do you, help the person get into the HRIS, update all their benefits, all their information, start background verification, figuring out all the policies. How do they apply for a paid time off? How do they get a new laptop? Who should they talk to if they have an IT issue? All of these things, right? Payroll automation. I think this is a done and dusted thing, which is probably most companies in the world have already automated, right? And then pulse surveys, right? Surveys across the company. They start right at the time of onboarding. Many companies now do an onboarding survey, which is sometimes on day 3, day 5, day 6, day 15, day 30, and then goes to day 90. That's to figure out what can be improved in our onboarding process. Right? May not help the current person, but definitely helps the next hire. HR help desk. So beyond onboarding, HR help desk is HR's get questions. Most of them are actually repetitive. They're all answered in your FAQs, handbooks, in your HRIS, right? How do you avoid doing the same thing again and again, right? How do you avoid answering the same question again and again, which is where an HR help desk comes in. This is nothing but taking the best of best customer support chat widgets which you see on your favorite websites, putting that internally in your Slack, Microsoft Teams, email, voice, wherever, right? How do you do that? At least answer the L1 queries, and then it can always escalate to an HR. Let's move on to L&D. Right? So once the person is hired, onboarded, now has been in the system for a while, how do you kind of help the person grow in the company itself, right? Having your learning paths. All of us do an L&D budget, but how do we make sure it is utilized, right? People sometimes don't know what they should be learning, even if they know what is the first step. How do I get from an SD1 to an SD3, right? What are the different skill sets I need to know, and what are the courses for those skill sets? I think there is eightfold, does skills intelligence and mapping all of this, right? And then assessments again. Any learning objectives, any learning system should always come in with assessments. So you can actually assess yourself more than anyone else to see if you're on the right path, right? Content curation, as HRs, we are not able to curate or build a learning path for every single person. At best we can create say 10 paths, maybe one by department, one by seniority, but generative AI can take that and actually do it by each individual, right? So then moving on to performance management. So we have had OKRs with Google and Intel, kind of making that very famous. Then now we have performance reviews. This is my pet peeve. Most of us do it once a year, and it's a pain, right? You have to literally remember what you've done over the entire year, over the course of a year, and write up a document. Your manager also does the same. Sometimes your peers also do. No one likes it. HRs don't like it, employees don't like it, manager doesn't like it, but it's a necessary evil, has to be done, right? It's important to get that feedback. It's important for compensation and other things, right? This is when there are no OKRs, where there are no weekly, quarterly OKRs. But with generative AI, you can actually automate or improve this. You can have a tool which goes through all the systems, all the softwares a person is touching, right? Say in sales, right? You have your CRM, you have your revenue tool, you have your internal communication tool, you have your Gong and meeting notes. How do you capture all of that and at least write up, the performance, the first level of performance review? Bring up all those insights, make the job of the employee easier, make the job of the manager easier, bring in your R&R, bring in all of these extra things, and make the life of the employee, the manager, and the HR easier. And then talent management, especially in today's world where required skill sets are changing so quickly. We didn't even know what was generative AI before 2022, before chat GPT was launched, right? And now it is becoming a core skill, right? There is something known as prompt engineering. No one even knew how to write prompts. There is an art to write prompts. So new skills, new requirements keep coming up. How do we identify these skill gaps? How do we train our workforce to learn these skill gaps? Is something which comes under talent management, and then that's where generative AI can also play a role. Employee engagement. So companies, some as small as 50 employees to as large as 100,000 employees do employee engagement. It's a overarching word, we all say it helps culture, right? But what does it even mean, right? Rewards recognition, employee pulse, feedback, suggestion boxes, anonymous, questions, whatnot. Something as simple as pure rewards and recognition, having AI help you write that recognition. You can write the first draft, and then AI can actually make it sound better. It's all about presentation. It's all about marketing, and AI can do a very good job of that, right? You can see the difference here. I've written a first draft. There are typos. It's probably not written very well, but it's conveying the job. But then look at this. This is so much better, than something on the left, right? It's just because there is an art of writing your recognition messages, which actually help the employee, the person being recognized, feel better. And in this case, this is a social public recognition, so everyone thinks, oh wow, this person writes so well, right? And you obviously get the benefits for it. Same thing on the feedback is a very tricky thing, right? You have to write the feedback in a way that the person getting the feedback does not take it defensively, does not take it negatively, always takes it constructively, right? And that's not easy. The language is very, very important. So what we do with engage with, it's one of the tools where you can write a feedback, and then you can say enhance message with AI, and it's going to rewrite it in a way that it's not seen or perceived as defensive. And this is something you can do on chat gpt today, right? This obviously this tool makes it easier to do it inside Slack or Microsoft Teams, but you could do it on your own. And then the person getting the feedback, in this case Shambhavi, like, oh wow, this actually makes sense. I'm not going to be on back foot. Karthik is helping me improve, so I'm going to take that feedback in a constructive manner. Again, another reminder for all the resources across all the slides, tools, presentations, webinars, and this deck as well. Okay, so now we've talked about all the use cases. Let's figure out what we should prioritize, right? What are the biggest challenges in your own company in the HR process, right? What would you want AI to solve? And what can AI actually solve today, right? That's how we figure out the prioritization. So, a lot of people say the biggest challenge, based on this survey we had done, was manual repetitive tasks, right? Teams across the board, right? Your customer support, sales, HR, engineers, product, we all spend a lot of time on manual repetitive tasks, be it answering questions, writing documents, updating CRMs, updating project management tools, applying for a leave, any of these things, right? Applying for a benefit. So that's, I think, an easy place where AI can actually come in and start to automate. It's not going to do everything today. It's not a magic wand. It can definitely start and save time. So AI help desk is an easy one, which there's a tool known as Albus, which you can actually bring in, put in your own chat, your own FAQ handbooks, all your previous questions, and Albus can intelligently understand all of that, build a chat bot which you can brand, call it whatever you want, and then give it to your employees, right? It will do the job of level 1 questions and then take it further. If the question is not resolved, take it to an HR or the department lead in that case. It helps for onboarding, helps for existing employees. Basic questions like this get answered, right? So this is how it looks. A quick GIF. You can integrate with your Slack, Microsoft Teams, Google Drive, Jira, Notion, web pages, Confluence, SharePoint, wherever you have information, it's able to bring that in and build a chatbot for you, right? One second. Yeah. And then, analytics again is one thing we discussed, right? How does generative AI help HRs in analytics? Take your asset sheet, take your performance management analytics, take your recent pulse survey responses, give it to Albus, give it to ChatGPT, and say, can you please help me understand this? Can you help me find the trends? You can probably do all of this in Excel with pivot tables and trends and forecasting and whatnot. AI just makes it easier for you. It's able to do all that work for you, probably save an hour or two. And over time, it gets better. It understands what trends you're looking for, and then you can actually, make sense of the data. Right? Then some customers, some people across the world in the product and the HR world, have said, Albus is having like a CEO, has the answer to every single question, and then just helps the employees get answers to their questions before they start, asking others, before they lose time of, which is important for their productivity. Right? Then ROI, right? Like we talked about this in the beginning. How do you justify the cost of a generative AI tool, for your business leaders, to your CXOs, right? The way to do is, how many employees, how many questions you're getting, what's the compensation of an HR, or in whatever department, and then do a calculator of how much time you're actually going to save, right? It's not asking anyone to replace or let go or lay off, but as you hire more people, it's actually saving you the cost of another HR hire, or freeing up time to do other creative things where our skill sets are better suited, which AI is not able to do it today, right? Which is having these conversations with employees, one-on-ones, writing pulse surveys and whatnot. Okay, so given we've done the prioritization, we've understood the use cases, how do we go forward? How do we evaluate a vendor? Maybe you do it internally, maybe you look for a vendor. What questions to ask? So the first and foremost thing is data. Everyone is worried about this. HR data has a lot of compliances, privacy rules around it. Does the data leave your system, your current systems? Does it help train an external public model? Are there enterprise agreements in place to delete all data after you stop working with the company, whatnot? Is there any testing required? Is there any maintenance? Given the speed of AI innovation, we see something every 2 weeks, every month. You have to have a tool, or you have to have a team which is able to adapt all of these changes. Bring in, today it's ChatGPT 4.0, tomorrow it could be ChatGPT, GPT 5, or then it could be GPT 5.5. So you have to be able to take these changes very, very quickly. Otherwise, you are late and behind the curve, right? So example questions are, what types of data do you use? What security standards does the vendor follow? SOC 2, GDPR, ISO. How does it integrate with our existing tools? Changing someone's behavior is very, very hard. We can't really say, oh, you were asking questions to me now in email, but that's not allowed anymore. Now go to this new website, log in, put in your email password, and then ask a question. That's too much of a behavior change, which people are not ready to do, and it will decrease the adoption. So the tool has to work where you are. Be it your Slack, Microsoft Teams, email, WhatsApp, whatever it is, right? What's the timeline for implementation? A lot of these AI tools will look very fancy, will look like magic, but then you realize, oh wow, it's a 6 month implementation timeline. Maybe that's something you're okay with, but in most cases that's too much, especially when you are tapping into an AI innovation budget, or you're solving a pressing need in the HR space. And bias, right? How do we make sure we are not adding new biases, right? We are at least maybe maintaining the status quo or improving it, but it should not be worsening our current systems, right? So your bias, your ethics, your diversity, all of those things come up here, right? So let's look at some example AI tools. So there are ISIMs, from applicant tracking system to Seek Out, now Zoho Recruit as well, Eightfold from talent management. There's talent experience, there's hacker rank, which does interviews and whatnot. Then you have your performance management tools, Lattice, BetterWorks, 15.5, Culture Amp. Right? Then from your learning experience systems, right? So Cornerstone, the market leader, there's 360 learning, there's Degreed, says personalized learning and whatnot. Again, you can scan any of these QR codes and you should be able to get access to these tools after with that document. And for the future of work, right? So you have these buckets, right? Your productivity, your collaboration, co-pilots helping you improve your current processes, performance management, skill intelligence, and whatnot, right? So you have all of these tools and more. And just some sample pricing. What do these tools do? I'm not going to get into details of each of them. And some famous podcasts in the overall AI HR space, right? Josh Bersin runs an HR consulting company. He's probably one of the most well-known leaders in the HR space. Great podcast he has. There is Digital HR Leaders, Redefining Work. There's some newsletters. There's an Albus newsletter as well, right? Then these are the tools which I personally use. So a note-taking app, right, where I can, when I'm on my walks, cycling, I can literally speak to my phone and it takes notes, transcribes it, and it's able to categorize, document it, all of those things. Albus from a workplace search, productivity, fireflies from the meetings perspective, and external meetings, and then ChatGPT, which is soon being replaced by Meta AI, given that it's easier to use inside WhatsApp. But these are the four tools which I use today. Right? This is how these tools look like. And thank you so much for attending. This was Karthik, and I'm hoping this session allows you to take these learnings, the framework, to your own company across the current HR challenges and use it, apply the framework, figure out which HR areas you should be prioritizing today, and how do you go build an ROI, a business case, and then after that, how do you find a vendor, go forward with implementation. And thank you so much for joining me. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, awesome. We're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session at AI4HR 2024 Virtual Summit. For this session, we'll be discussing a topic that is not only timely, but also critical for the future of work, which is AI for inclusion, tackling bias and promoting diversity. In our increasingly diverse and interconnected world, fostering a culture of inclusion is paramount for organizations that want to thrive. AI holds great promise in helping us achieve this by providing tools to reduce bias, enhance diversity, and promote equity in the workplace. However, with this promise comes the responsibility to ensure that AI is used ethically and that it truly serves the goals of inclusion. We are privileged to have with us three leaders who are at the forefront of using AI to drive DEIB initiatives in their organization. So, introducing our esteemed panelists, starting from Julia Satvo. She is the Global Director of Diversity and Inclusion at Litera. Julia is passionate about diversity and inclusion, and she's a leader with over 15 years of experience across various industries, including academia, legal, finance, and tech. Julia, do you mind introducing a bit more about yourself?
Sure. So thank you, everybody who is attending, esteemed panel. We had a little bit of a conversation before, and the chemistry was wonderful. And I love that we began talking about the hard topics first, and that really shows integrity. And so really, really happy to be here. In those 15, 20 years, you see an evolution of diversity, equity, inclusion. And in it, you've seen this survival mode. So we've gone through a lot of events, and we've seen through various different industries how we're supposed to be able to understand and amalgamate diversity, equity, inclusion, and we touched a little bit on it, has really evolved in terms of how it's supporting and driving talent, engagement, and retention. And I think that's really incredibly important when you look at people want to be included and valued. And this conversation is even more important when we look at the next technological revolution, which is AI and what's coming, and being very mindful of what that looks like. So I'm very excited to be on, many panels, but especially this particular one when we talk about that and with this panel. So thank you.
Awesome. Julia, it's wonderful to have you here with us today. Moving over to our next panelist, we have Gabrielle Caron. She's VP of Talent, DEIB, and People Insights at 1Password. Gabrielle is a senior people leader with extensive experience in consulting and various operational roles. Gabrielle, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Please, do you mind sharing a bit more about you with us?
Yeah, thank you for having me. So I love all people related topics. I'm very passionate about elevating talent and making sure that we put forward our best strategies. I'm very excited to be participating in this conversation with Julia and Hannah, and I think it'll be a phenomenal conversation. So thanks for having us.
Awesome. We're thrilled to have you with us, Gabrielle. Moving on to our third panelist. So we have Hannah Yardley. She's the Chief People and Culture Officer at Achievers. Hannah focuses on empowering employees and creating a culture of performance through her work with sales, product, and people development. Hannah, please share a bit more about you with us.
Great. Thank you very much for having us today. I'm really excited to be talking about this topic. It's a lot of time in the news, not just DIB, but AI in itself. And so the intersection of this is very timely, opportunistic for anyone who's thinking about either of those things. And when you pull them together, we have a really cool time and position to be elevating both in our world, particularly with two other panelists who sit in the HR-ish space. I think this is a really revolutionary time period for us to be able to be supporting organizations in really, really meaningful ways. And what I love in particular, I think like Gabrielle, when you talk about not just having people insights, but DIB, people insights and technology are all part of your portfolio. That is the superpower of our future, bringing data together. So super excited to talk to you all today and have this conversation.
Awesome. So thank you, Julia, Gabrielle, and Hannah for your awesome introductions. Your extensive experience and dedication to promoting diversity, inclusion, and employee empowerment are invaluable as we delve into today's discussion. So let's move into the question segment. So for the first question I would like to ask is, there's been a lot of talk around diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging in organizations, right? I would love us to, if you could just share a bit into how this impacts organization, the ways in which DEIB could impact an organization. Starting from you, Julia.
Sure. I'd love to address a little bit of what they call the elephant in the room when we talk about it. And we touched upon it collectively prior to this on the panel chatting, which was the kind of war on DEI that's coming about. And we know when we look at more specifically and with a higher consciousness, as COVID came, diversity, equity, inclusion played out in very different ways with the murder of George Floyd, and we had, political stages. This consciousness really arose, and we had organizations that were scrambling and really finding the importance if they had D&I, if they didn't have D&I, or who was at the table at the time that could be able to navigate a consciousness of talent and where they were at, which was really overtaking kind of the boardrooms. And I think that's really done a world of difference for diversity, equity, inclusion. Now we're settling back in and we're trying to figure out what that looks like, because we haven't gone back to where we are. And we still have, the economy itself, depending on the labor market, we have political stages, and we also have world events. And they're really playing a big impact in diversity, equity, inclusion, and the importance of it. And what's really interesting right now and top of mind for me is this idea of the war on DEI and the pulling back of initiatives, right? This idea of culture coming in, as it should be, reassessing if people in certain talent communities are left out in demographics, what does that look like, and valuing it. So we're at a really, new precipice of what that looks like, and then enter AI into that, which becomes sophisticated and advanced. So when we're talking about not only bias or recruitment, we have to look at it in a much more sophisticated way. And so when I look at what we're looking at for own businesses, we really have to be trepidatious about how much trust we put into AI solely. There's still an importance of have critical reasoning and looking at what does AI produce to be able to still navigate some of the things that are very important to people and talent, right? And our incoming. So I'll leave it there for now, and see. Hopefully that's exciting to take off from.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Gabrielle, would you want to chime into what Julia has said?
Well, first off, the world is a very complicated place at the moment. It always has been, but the number of world events, the number of complex topics and events and going on is just exploding in my mind. And at the same time, to be a high-performing business, and also in this economy, it is even more critical to be in a high-performing business to make sure that we have our place in the market. And so, to be able to do that, you need high-performing employees, you need focused employees, you need engaged employees, and there is not only one way, one approach to doing that and enabling that. And so that's where I think DIB comes in. For me, it is really that facilitator, that enabler, to make sure that we are able to provide an environment where folks can deliver on that promise, can show up at work and be confident and be engaged and able to really do their best work in such a complex environment. And then comes in AI, and that's just the additional enabler in my mind, because again, there's a lot going on. Our minds are going in a million places. So for me, AI is really that tool to help us potentially focus on certain things in an unbiased way to then really bring the human element.
Thank you. Hannah?
Yeah, I see an opportunity here. I'm an eternal optimist, and I see the opportunity here to hold our feet to the fire. So this war on DIB, we have an excellent opportunity to be ultra clear on the metrics and the things that are changing as a result of the initiatives that we're undertaking and the positions that we're proposing and the activities that we're encouraging organizations to do. And so I say, bring it on. Bring it on, that war against DIB, so we can show up and really showcase the power of what's behind that. And further to Gabrielle's point, there's also this outside in view. And so it's not just organizations that are saying, hey, is DIB in the right place to be focusing your time and attention, but we are getting outside in perspectives on why that's so critical. Our employees are saying, hey, this is what's happening out here in the world, and they're also holding us to accountable. And so I, as the optimist, am excited to have both of those groups putting pressure on us to make sure that we're articulating the value in a really, really clear way. And when you pile AI onto that and people's scrutiny and level of scrutiny of what AI does around bias and inclusion, that's just adding on to the level of scrutiny that we're going to be placing on DIB initiatives as it relates to integrating technology into that. So bring it on, I think, is the conclusion from that one.
Yeah, awesome. So moving on to the second question. So how can AI be leveraged to identify and mitigate biases in recruitment and talent management? Gabrielle, can you go first?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think AI can play a critical part, especially when you're seeing volume. I think when you're talking about low numbers, individual, like, small volume or whatnot. And so for to have a very concrete example, we receive over 200,000 applicants a year. There is no way our talent teams, human brains, can objectively review all of those resumes. At one point, you're just looking at them and you're making probably, bias will seep in. And so I think when you've got volume like that, you can bring in a tool that will help you do at least the first layer of screening, to make sure that then you're really focused, that you're really bringing in your focused self and on the remaining layer, the remaining resumes that you have. And then after that, focus on the human element of creating those relationships, making sure you have the right experience, making sure you have the time to answer questions to make your candidates comfortable. What I will say is super critical, though, is making sure that that tool that you bring in is well trained, is well tested. And so, for example, the tools that we've brought in, we've spent the last 7 to 8 months trialing it, comparing and contrasting the human process and their process, making sure that we try and take it from all angles, just to make sure that whatever we are implementing, that we are asking to do that first screen, will make us better and will avoid bias more than the human brain potentially would in that same circumstance. So I think it can help with the right testing, with the right guardrailing, and this kind of testing obviously has to be an ongoing approach. And so, but that's something that we're remaining committed to. But I think when you see volume, it is not realistic to think that the human brain could do a better job than a very well-trained tool. So that's one example. Yeah.
Awesome. Hannah, what do you have to contribute to how AI can be leveraged to mitigate biases during recruitment and in talent management?
I think there's a lot of excitement and promise around AI when it comes to HR and people leaders. A place where I see it show up outside of recruitment, definitely on the talent management side, is trying to understand like this idea of potential. How do you describe potential? How do we know what are transferable skills? What are the things that we need you to do that aren't necessarily in your job description or a description of an activity that you're doing? And so those are this untapped pool. And often things that are historically overlooked because it's hard to describe. What does project management really look like? What does resiliency really look like? And those are things that could be really, really critical in moving people towards their DEI goals. And I think about a job description being the description of the traits of what somebody needed before, not what somebody needs in the future. Not about creating a more diverse or a more comprehensive individual. It doesn't need to be a replica. And so I think that idea of transferability of skills and this idea that AI can help to identify, good AI can help to identify what those transferable skills are. Not that I've needed to be there or done that before. And so if an AI model can be trained on things like those transferable skills, it can really coach us away from the biases that we have of looking at someone who's been in that role or done that exact role before. And I think it opens up the opportunity for a huge amount of talent evolution, increasing talent diversity in the roles that we're trying to hire and talent manage within our organizations.
Awesome. I think at the end of the day, the AI is as good as the data it's trained with. So yeah, that's pretty much very insightful. Moving on to you, Julia. Could you chime in?
So one thing is, here's the problem when you have a powerhouse panel is everything they drop are gems that I'm digesting instead of thinking about my next answer. But anyway, because everybody's coming from different points of view with expertise at a depth that I'm like, that's excellent. Anyway, I should be writing things down. I'll look back at the recording and write my own notes. I'm only going to add quickly that I think it's really important to reiterate this. And this is if you look at my role itself, this would make sense, right? Because I'm a partner in the experts doing the work, right? And so when we ask, can it create more equitable practice? My question is, can it, right? We need to be careful where we put our trust. So what's important is AI can help us make more equitable decisions by putting in practices that reduce bias. And I think that accountability measure is really important. So we're not only trusting the AI when we put it in, exactly like Gabriella says, is we're doing our comparative. Like, what's your check on that? What's your continuous check on that? I'm in legal tech. Right now, I've been in it for 5 years. It's been really interesting as we have this technological evolution. And I'll just tell you one thing. When you look at machine learning, which kind of preceded a little bit of kind of leveraging AI at this point, machine learning is just really, and very much for legal tech, obviously, with accounting, having and lawyers, is having huge amounts of data and comparative, but it's very risk adverse. You have to be careful of that. And one of the things is you train machine learning on not only what to look at, you have to equally train it on what didn't they got wrong. The machine got wrong. And I think that's an incredible learning tool for us as we now move into the next, is exactly what Gabrielle had said as well, or Hannah is saying, we're not resting only on the machine. The machine, we're always questioning, and it's helping us do better.
Awesome. And what you all have said drives home the point. So I was telling you about the tool that we released called Talent AI. There was a lot of backlash because basically it's a screening tool. So it interviews the candidate. This is not just like resume passing and all of that. So a lot of persons were saying like, why are you removing the human component and all of that? But just take a look at what Gabrielle has said. For a company that has 200,000 plus candidates every year, you know the amount of resource that is required to actually go through each and every candidate, right? Wouldn't it be fair if, a good machine that is properly trained with good data can actually do that and present you with the best candidates without being biased? And come to think of it, like, we're getting good feedback from the candidates that now they are becoming even more comfortable, interacting with the AI, because it's asking them questions that are based off their experience and linking it to the roles that they are applying for. So it's really something to think about, and I'm glad that you all had very impactful things to say about this. So moving on to the next question. Can you share examples where AI has successfully promoted diversity and inclusion within an organization? Hannah, would you like to go first?
Sure. I'll use one internally first and foremost. So I work for a recognition and reward company. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about how do you really recognize people in a way that's inclusive and promotes diversity of thought and recognizes the things that are important to your business. And there's two main reasons why our customers or employees don't complete recognitions in our system. Well, the first one is that they get distracted. Okay, well, that's something we can solve otherwise. But the second reason that most people don't get recognitions completed is they're nervous about what they're writing. This is about to go public. I'm about to share my inner thoughts about how I feel about this individual or the things that they accomplished. Like it is a huge rate limiting step for a number of individuals. And so if 50% of your individuals are feeling nervous, then you've got this newsfeed that's highlighting all of the incredible things that are happening in your organization from a voice of very few people. And so what we have been developing is an AI tool to help people feel more confident in the recognitions of others. And it's a coach. It helps to coach them on the things that they could be writing, to help them summarize up and look at bias that might be coming out in that recognition that they're writing, so they feel more comfortable when posting it or before sending it. And so what I love about that is it's empowering a greater audience to be able to bring their voice to the table about the things that are really valued and the experiences that people are having about the recognitions they're giving to their peers within an organization. And so AI is reducing the barriers for those and improving the volume of people that are coming to the table that are able to participate in, for example, that recognition program.
Awesome. So over to you, Julia.
Sure. I just want to comment on how wonderful that is. The human element of understanding behavioral economics and psychology was the impetus for the building of that AI tool, right? And so I'm always trying to turn it on its head to see we're never removing, if we're really doing this well, the value of the human element within AI, which is, as we're going to talk about potentially later, not here, but, integrative AI and that. But the fifth industrial revolution is really about how social innovation is actually advancing social good. That's the fifth industrial revolution. And exactly what Hannah's talking about is really it, right? Is you're actually doing it. So I think that's awesome. I'm going to give an example of something that I do monthly education, diversity, equity, and education sessions for our company, which is really exciting. A lot of people come in and we have these hot topics, tough topics, and it gets a lot of people in. And obviously, when we touch on D&I, but AI, you've got the big showing coming up, of course. And one of the things that I had brought up in the research was a great example was LinkedIn leveraged. It was a Miami ad school implemented this CAPTCHA on LinkedIn, and it was for companies to be able. I don't know if it was a project that only happened for a while. I don't know if it still exists. I'm not really sure how you're able to get onto it if you're premium, but if you click on it, it would ask an employer before you start to go looking at potential clients, please answer this CAPTCHA, right? And it says, who do you think is a CEO? And it asks you a few questions. Anybody, and it had all of these different, not only just incredible, diverse looking, not only people, but even backgrounds, how they were dressed, right? And you're like, this is a bit of a trick. But really, if you chose any one of them, you were wrong because it had verify. You could just move on, pick all or none. That's the only right answer. So it was already pulling out before you started the game. Are you? And it would give you, right, the list of most CEOs. So it's not as punitive. You would feel like CEOs, founders, or companies. It would give you the results and where you fell into who you thought. It was a bit of a way to check that bias before you were even able to leverage a tool. I thought that was fantastic. Fantastic. Blew my mind. Just letting everybody know. I don't know if it's there or not. And kudos to Miami Ad, because that was pretty outrageous to put in, and that LinkedIn included it. Very last thing is, particularly Latero, about 2,000 people, we don't use AI in our recruiting yet. However, and this is something I'm really quite proud of, is our CEO is a visible minority veteran woman. Our executive team is 40% women. We have 33% female in across every role. I don't know if you know the Mansfield rule, but over 30% really makes the difference at decision tables because you have a collective enough, strong enough. And in director roles, 45% women. It's not a flex on Latera particularly. I'm just trying to say that there's a human element that we have to be able to eventually get to when it comes to recruiting, and the amount we're global, but there's still something that we have to be able to say, how did we get here? And nobody's perfect in anything, right? How did we get here without using it, and making sure that we secure what got us there while we implement this?
What I love about those two examples is that they are proactively, they're not responding to a problem that exists. They're not afterwards trying to clean up a mess of what's happened, but they're trying to get out in front of, coach, not just tell, but help people understand why before they go and then take the actions they're planning on taking. And that's where I think AI can help to superpower us, is that idea of coaching and proactivity that I love between those two stories.
Yeah, thanks.
I love that because I'll jump in and to what it can also do, the last piece, so it can coach, it can also then remove, it can serve as a gatekeeper. So again, if it is a properly trained tool, if you have it review your JDs, you have it review your interview questions to make sure they're actually linked to the JDs versus going rogue and, asking whatever type questions you feel in the moment based on how you're feeling it with the candidate, changing up your questions every time. And then you have a completely biased process because there's no consistency throughout. So using it also as your baseline to just sanity check a lot of your materials, reviewing the reviews you're about to deliver to your employees. Can you take a quick look just to make sure if there are any bias there, and then pulling themes out of that to then train folks, like you're saying, because the training element, upskilling, that's how you create the awareness, right? And without the awareness, you'll never have DIB. I do think we are where we are today in diversity and inclusion because there is an awareness in the world that had gone unseen for a very, very long time. And I do believe that once it's seen, it is very hard to just start ignoring it, and that's how we'll make progress. So I do think it's all of those pieces put together that really promotes diversity and supports it.
Yeah, awesome. Well thought out answers, and yeah, it's so we just have a few minutes left, but there's one critical question that I can't let you all leave without answering, and which is the ethical considerations organization should keep in mind when using AI to promote diversity and inclusion. I mean, we've touched on this sort of, but I think it's time to make it really, really explicit. And Gabrielle, I'm going to start off with you, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was really excited. So we had some of these questions before, and I was really excited when I saw that one because I had a lot of thoughts. And so I tried to structure my thoughts in the good old consulting habits. And normally we always have 3 pieces, but I actually think there's 4 pieces here that are really important. The first, test and question. You cannot be ethical. You cannot ethically use these tools if you are not testing and questioning the tools, questioning how they're built, questioning how, exactly how they're built, how they're conceived, and testing it. I do not think you can use it ethically if you're not transparent. If you're not transparent on why you're bringing it on board, what problem you're trying to solve, how it ties to your objectives. If you're not giving folks a chance to opt out, some people will be genuinely uncomfortable with it, and you have to be okay with that. We are in the evolution. It is still early days. It's moving fast, but you do have to give the space for that, and I think that's all through transparency. Continuous monitoring, so it's not a one and done. Yes, you test at the beginning, you question it, but it needs to be an ongoing process because there's so much information being digested and inputted that to make sure that you're really holding true to that continuous monitoring. And the last piece is keep the human element. Again, we're not yet in this world, these movies that we see where we're far ahead and we're all robots. We're not there yet, and that's a good thing. And so making sure that you're keeping the human element so that people can just become even better at the empathy side of things, the human conversations. I think that's also the 4th critical piece. I was really excited about this, and I'm glad we got to cover it.
Yeah. I agree. Keeping the human elements is for sure important, and also personalization, right? Yeah. So over to you, Hannah.
Yeah, I don't know how you build on that list. Maybe it's like a 5.1 that I'll add in there. I think often about authenticity when it comes to AI, particularly when we're talking about the people driven aspect, or is it creating inclusive or diverse workplaces? And this authenticity is one that's that I want to include as this component of ethical AI. That is it representing the human voice in a way that is representative of the person that's trying to share whatever they're trying to share. But back to what I was just saying around it helping potentially get more people to the table because it makes them feel more comfortable. It helps them check their biases. It helps them maybe start off a performance review when they have nothing in front of them. That is in this juxtaposition with authenticity. And it's probably that both need to show up as this authenticity. Is it really me that's saying these things versus its ability to get people started, to get people going, to bring more people to the table, to allow them to synthesize their thoughts. And so I call it a 5.1 because I think you need to balance those 2 things, is that it doesn't always have to be just you, but it really brings down barriers and opportunities to bring more people to the table. And so authentic-ish maybe is the other one that I think is really important in an ethical standpoint.
Awesome. Julia, over to you.
Okay, I'm going to add on as well because it makes no sense. It's yes, 100%. I want to work with you all sometime in the future and definitely go out for dinner. But for sure, because I love all of those and I'm including those in there, but I'm going to build on one. Arthur C. Clarke wrote Harms of Technology and to be able to follow these 3 rules. And one of the quotes that everybody says that I really want to break down and dispel really quickly is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I think we need to deconstruct that when it comes to AI, and we have to kind of move from smoke and mirrors and illusions. And that touches on transparency, but where I mean it as well as is calm the hype and heighten integrity. And so we are so fast to get to how this company is using AI. And I was like, you know what I'd like to see is here's how we're using AI. here's how we're managing the integrity, right? And this is why we're going slow, right? Is that brave, courageous? Deloitte talked about that, the courageous organization, and I think they should write another one on it, which is the idea of why aren't we using AI in this? And so one of the things Gabrielle really touched on was the idea of people even inputting in there 2 little boxes, permission to use AI in this recruiting and not. It was such a powerful thing because you were giving advocacy and choice. What does that tell me about that organization? You're managing it well. So it is okay not to be top on the list for hype for using AI, because we're still learning what that means. Because to stand in the fire, as Hannah said, right, putting our feet, to stand in the fire and say, here's how we're using it, here's how we're not, because we just want to be mindful of that, says a lot more about your brand than saying it's all over the place. We're hot on technology here. And so that's the one thing I would add on that.
Completely agree. It's been a wonderful session, like one of the best sessions actually. And I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to Julia, Gabriel, and Hannah for sharing their expertise and experience on using AI to tackle bias and promote diversity. Your insights have been truly inspiring and educational at the same time. To our audience, thank you for joining us. Remember, the key takeaway from today's discussion is AI has the potential to be a powerful tool for promoting inclusion and diversity, but it must be used thoughtfully and ethically to make a true difference. So stay tuned for more discussions as we continue to explore the transformative power of AI in HR. Enjoy the rest of this summit. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Haima.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks, panelists.
Yeah. Yeah, hello everyone once again to another exciting session at the AI for HR 2024 Virtual Summit. It's been really, really amazing moving from impactful and informative sessions, and we are here again with once again with another informative session, and this time we're going to be talking about AI synergy, how we can integrate intelligent systems into HR technology. And we have a very diverse set of panelists today. We know that in today's world, incorporating AI into HRO isn't just about staying ahead of the curve. It's about making HRO more efficient, data-driven, and strategic. From recruitment and talent management to employee engagement and analytics, AI is playing a pivotal role in optimizing HR functions, making teams more productive and delivering better outcomes for employees and organizations. This session will take a deep dive into how organizations are successfully embedding AI into their HR systems and how it is transforming the way we work. We are fortunate to have a panel of esteemed experts who are at the forefront of this mix, and I'm thrilled to introduce them to you. Starting from Colin Christie, our first panelist. He's the Vice President of People and Administration at Uniphonic. Colin has been instrumental in leading the strategic transformation of HR functions across several large organizations, driving significant financial improvements along the way. His extensive experience spans multiple geographies and industries, making him a valuable voice in today's discussion. So Colin, if you do not mind, would love to hear a bit more about you.
Thank you very much, Emma. So yes, as you said, I work for a company called Uniphonic. Uniphonic operates in the communications platform space. We're a multinational, so we're headquartered here in Riyadh, where I'm based today in Saudi Arabia, but we have offices in Dubai and in Pakistan, in Lahore and in Cairo in Egypt, and in Amman in Jordan, and we've also got a distributed workforce in various other countries, the main one being Serbia. And we've also got people in Nigeria, Deji, so who are great. Yeah, so my role, I think, in terms of HR is we've always been discussing in my career really about how do you get HR to the top table, how to become a bit more of a consultative partner within the organizations. And whilst I've tried to play that role during my career, I think actually AI is going to really help us accelerate into the boardrooms in terms of it's going to really help us digest and cogitate information in a much more coherent way, come up with some decent business reasoning so that our voice can be heard more coherently at a higher level. In terms of my experience in AI, Uniphonic actually bought an AI company, an LLM called Systec, who do sentiment analysis in the call center space, and they're based out of Turkey. So now when we bought it, AI hadn't hit the general pantheon of excitement it's hit in the last couple of years. So I don't know whether that was great foresight or luck, but it's certainly there. So it gives us a bit of a head start in terms of this conversation, I think.
Awesome. It's a pleasure to have you here, Colin. Thanks for making our time to join this incredible session. So next we have Barbara Fidok, all the way from Australia. She's the Chief People Officer at Events Air, a global event management platform. Barbara has led the global teams in fast-paced SaaS environments, delivering people and culture initiatives that drive organizational growth and employee engagement. She's known for cultivating high-purpose, high-performance cultures, and we're excited to hear how she has utilized AI to further these goals. Barbara, please share more about yourself with us.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, I've got quite a long-spanning international career in that technology space. I'm with Events Air at the moment. As you mentioned, we're a global organisation. We're headquartered out of Brisbane, Australia, but we have offices in the UK, just outside of London, and then also throughout America as well. So I've seen a lot of change in the HR industry over my time. When I started in my career, we were all paper and filing cabinets. And now what I'm seeing is AI really revolutionize the impact that we can have as an industry. You know, it was only about a decade ago that we started to see the HR tech stack really start to develop. And that was, you know, a blossoming of the impact that HR professionals could make within the business. And I think what we're seeing now with these new AI-powered technologies is really the ability to, as Colin said, really make an impact and be able to make data-driven decisions and really get people to listen about what we can really do to improve the employee experience and really drive engagement and performance and overall success in our businesses.
Awesome. Thanks for making our time to be here. So moving on to our next panelist, we have Deji Lana. He's the CTO and co-founder at Seamless HR. Deji's vast experience in software development, coupled with leadership in product design and development, makes him a critical player in the evolution of HR tech. With over 25 years of experience, Deji has overseen the development of innovative HR solutions across industries, especially within the African tech ecosystem. It's a privilege to have you here, Deji. Please, can you share more about yourself with our audience?
Thanks, Aima, for that introduction. My name is Deji, as Aima said, and I'm CTO co-founder at Seamless HR. At Seamless HR, we are passionate about helping companies and businesses, especially in emerging markets, to be more productive, more successful. And we do that by deploying well-designed, world-class technology solution. And at Seamless HR, we provide end-to-end platform to help organizations streamline their HR processes, end-to-end, recruitment, onboarding, employee management, payroll, all the works. So you can see we sit on a vast amount of truest form of data, like people would say, because employee information are verified, they will go through confirmation and do all that stuff. So that actually make us a data company. And in doing that, to better streamline organizations' processes and make the employees more productive and in turn make the company more productive, we have to use AI. We have to leverage as much as AI as possible to help organizations make the best decision and also have best insights into what's happening in their organization. I'm excited to be on this panel, and I'm looking forward to amazing conversation.
Thank you, Deji. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Colin, for those insightful introductions. Your collective experience in leveraging AI to transform HR functions is definitely valuable in this conversation. So now let's move on to the question segment. So the first question I have is, how is AI transforming the landscape of HR technology, and what are the key benefits of integrating AI with existing HR systems? Barbara, I would love you to go first.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And as I was mentioning, we're really seeing such a blossoming of AI, HR powered technology, and it's amazing to see. And I think for our industry to continue to grow and evolve, what we really need to do is strive to foster that culture of openness and innovation with technology. And I think that begins by understanding just what that transformative potential of AI is. And I think it does go beyond just the routine automating of tasks. I think, we've already seen, as we've already mentioned, that AI it's been shown to be effective in predictive analytics for talent acquisition. We've seen that it can help in sentiment analysis to gauge employee engagement. And, in the future, I haven't seen it yet, but I think there's a potential to really personalize learning and development pathways. But I think the biggest impact that I think I've seen is really in the area of recruitment. AI can now, it's completely disrupted the way that recruitment used to be done. AI is now writing our job descriptions. It can draft our competency and behavioral based interview questions against that job description. It can go out and source potential candidates for us for that role that we're looking to fill. It can even screen the candidates' CVs at a huge volume, much faster than any human could do, and then identify back to us which candidate is the best candidate for that role. So if you think about the number of hours that are being eliminated now that it took our recruiters to be able to fill roles for us, it's quite extraordinary. I mean, AI is even able to schedule all of our interviews for us now as well. And I suppose what that means is that HR professionals like myself, we're not, getting bogged down in those really administrative tasks, but actually get to be able to do more strategic work. I think if you take that even further, AI tools are helping us analyze data as well from past hires, and then we're being able to predict what candidates are more likely to be successful in their specific roles, who's going to be a high performer. And that's not even to mention sort of the AI-driven chatbots that we have that candidates in that recruitment process can liaise with to be able to answer any of their frontline questions or guide them through, that process. But I suppose in terms of benefits, what does this all mean? Obviously, better data-driven decisions, as I mentioned, and there's obviously the improved efficiency in automating those more administrative tasks. We could argue improved accuracy because of the minimizing of errors in regards to data processing around and decision making. Of course, cost reduction as well. And I think as a HR leader today, I think our primary responsibility is really nurturing that culture of continuous learning so that and digital upskilling really, so that we can then look into the future and see, well, what are the roles going to be in the future? How are they going to be impacted by the introduction of AI? And I think that's, that involves us developing and promoting learning programs around AI literacy. And I'm not talking just specifically for HR departments, but really we have that responsibility for all employees across the whole organization.
Yeah, awesome. That's really insightful. And what got me was when you said, saving up time, doing repetitive tasks. And I dislike repetitive tasks, to be honest. And I always look for a way to automate, right, a repetitive task. But beyond that, the time saved could also allow talent actually do creative and more strategic work, which brings more value to the business. And Colin, I would like you to contribute to the question. And what would you have to say regarding how AI is transforming the landscape and the benefits that it has? Colin, you're on mute. Yeah.
I always do that. I think Barbara's been super comprehensive about the impacts of it, which will allow me to be a bit more philosophical, which is a space I like to sit in, I think. So I did a computer degree back in 1990, which demonstrates how old I am. And at the time, one of the big management topics at the time, management of computing, was, this computing power is going to free up lots of time for everybody. So because computers are going to take away all the grunt work from everybody, we'll have more time for leisure, we'll have less time at work, it'll all be wonderful. And, I was kind of promised a 3-day week. We fast forward 40 years or 30 years, and we find ourselves actually working harder than ever. And AI has come along instead of the personal computer, and we're having the same conversations a little bit about what's the impact going to be. But I think Barbara's correct in that it should free up HR departments and individuals in other departments time from some of the grunt work. There's an awful lot of effort put into pulling disparate pieces of information from different systems, plugging them together and trying to come up with a decent coherent story. And I think the real power of AI is it allows you to pull those disparate data sets together and come up with some sort of narrative. I think it comes with dangers. I do think it comes with dangers, but it'll allow us ultimately to focus in on what HR is about. And what is HR about? HR is, to Barbara's point, about creating engagement, right? About creating engaged workplaces where people can be productive and happy. That's pretty much it. So anything that we can do to free up time to allow HR departments to influence that is good. And how would HR influence that in the round? I think it's by talking to people. So perversely, I think the AI will allow us to get back to more normal human behaviors, which is about building relationships, about talking to people, it's about understanding people. So that, to me, is kind of the overarching philosophical benefit of the drive to AI.
Yeah, fantastic, actually. Let's come to Deji, who has a more technical background and who is vested in building like systems that support HR function. So Deji, please, I would love to hear your thoughts about this.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting. I've spoken to a lot of HR people based on the value of my role. And what I hear most of them, the most common pain is what Barbara actually said, which is recruitment. And maybe because of my software, we're more focused on mid-market to enterprise. So imagine you have a talent pool of application of up to 200,000, 700,000 people. Imagine sifting through that. I've seen HR or people in culture personnel actually abandon their talent pool and looking for referrals because sifting to 200,000 applicants is actually a lot of work. So you need AI to actually help you do that. And imagine you're able to do that. You sift to up to 2,000 applicants going through interviews. It's actually a lot of work. So AI, like Barbara said, supporting Barbara has actually helped or is actually helping to actually streamline that process where you can schedule interviews, you can organize and schedule the interview, actually take the interviews without HR being present. So you can imagine you have about 10,000 interviews happening at the same time, and HR would actually use sentiment analysis, use recording of that interview, summarize it, and help you actually sort and say these are the people that pass interviews and these are the transcripts of everything that happened. HR is actually transforming a whole lot in HR. Talk about pay, for example. HR is actually trying to set. I've seen people say, can AI actually set the the most or best pay for an employee. And notes, best pay for an employee does not necessarily have to be more money. It could be more health insurance. It could be getting them access to maybe a vehicle. Maybe some employees actually like fast cars. So giving them that fast car might actually be a way to retain and engage them in the organization. So AI is actually doing a lot, and that's because sitting on a vast amount of data in the HR space, you are able to monitor employees' work life to see their performance management, see how they are recruited, see when they are recruited, see what sources they came from, and what kind of things their requisition, and bring all that together. And even much more than that, moving from one technology system to another. For example, in our software, I've seen an employee move from 4 companies, and the employee has been lucky that the 4 company he moved, like he left one company to another, to company B, to company C, to company D, and they are all using Seamless HR. So I can track like the employee's life, employee's graph, like his information, how he moved, his line manager, in this employee, how he reacted to this disciplinary comments that was made for him and all that. And with that, you have vast amount of information to make accurate and non-biased decisions in there.
Awesome. Thank you for your contribution, Deji. So, we launched a tool that was sometime last year. It's called Talently AI, and what this tool does is it screens candidates. You put in the role, the description of the role. You can also customize questions, really, and then the system is able to generate questions that are relevant to that role, and you can also customize questions you want to ask. And there was a lot of backlash initially, right? But there's this conversation about AI removing the human component of the recruitment process. At the end of the day, what people in HR want is to be presented with the best candidates and be sure that they are presented with the best candidates. And this is what I see AI tools doing. Right. So there are lots of challenges, we know, but these challenges have been resolved. And, sessions like this enable us to have those challenges and also deal with those challenges. So moving on to my next question. And Colin, I'll be throwing this to you first. What are the challenges organizations face when integrating AI with their existing HR technologies, and how can they be addressed?
So I think you've mentioned the word challenges a couple of times there, and probably alluding to biases. There was a concern, especially of the earlier models, that they were producing biased results, and that probably brings up the whole point of the potential answer to this question, is that the effective integration of AI tools is really, AI is as good as the data you train it on. That's kind of where it comes from. So you have to have solid data sources. You have to have access to those data sources. Those data sources might be disparate, but those data sources have to reflect the outcome you're looking for. And I think sometimes, to get philosophical again, sometimes we overuse the word intelligence in this. These systems aren't intelligent, right? They're guessing the next word. They're calculating data at a tremendous space. They're using lots and lots of distributed computers to harvest out small decisions, but intelligence it is not. So unless you're asking it the right questions, unless you're integrating the data in the right way and you're training it on the right data, you're going to get funny results at the end of the day. So I think you have to consider a few things. Number one, the quality of the data. Number two, I think the quality of the people using the AI tools. Have you given them permission to be confident with AI? Have you given them training to address and assess whether the AI is producing sensible answers or not? Have you given them the empowerment and knowledge to say, well, hold on, that looks a bit smelly. Let's not rely on that straight away. Let's go back to see what questions we're asking it. And then how we judging the impact and the effectiveness of that, because, what KPIs are you using to measure the intervention of API? So have we reduced the time to hire? Has the quality really increased? Are we getting better over time at finding decent candidates, whatever it is? And unless you're sort of setting yourself those base marks, base lines regularly, it's hard to understand what the process is. Otherwise, it just becomes the next shiny thing. It's difficult to assess. whether it's actually having a business impact. So I think that's kind of where my thoughts go in terms of integrating AI into day-to-day aspects.
Awesome. I think, Colin, you've touched quite a vast point. I know other speakers would have something to add to this, but because of time, I would want to ask a different question for Deji and Barbara, but you can also chime in based on what Colin has said. So, Deji, this question is directed to you, knowing that you're technical, right? And what we look out for as business people is productivity and efficiency, right? So we also know that this comes at a price, right? And, concession. So how can AI be effectively integrated into existing HR technology systems? Yeah, Deji, so over to you.
Thanks for that question. And yeah, I have things to say on the challenges, but I will talk about this maybe because of time. So I know there's a lot of buzz about AI, and people are saying, "Oh, I have a lot of data. I'm sitting on this amount of data, and how do I bring in AI to this?" And it comes from the challenges, right, which Colin has touched on. One is the data itself has to be as clean as possible, has to be organized, and has to be ready for AI-driven analytics, right? So first off is to clean up your data, ensure that it's clean, it's well organized, and it as true as possible, because you could have data from different sources that are not correct, or maybe you are using different systems. So consolidate them into one. That's one step. Another step would be actually to define a strategy. Like, what's the objective? Why do we want to use AI? What are we trying to achieve? Just saying we want to use AI because we want to use AI you'll just be confused with, because there's so many tools out there. There's so many. You've mentioned one that you are personally championing. There's so many tools. There's so many LLMs out there. And I'm sure a lot of cloud technology, AWS, Azure, they're all knocking at your door saying, "Oh, come integrate AI. Oh, we have the best tool." I've seen someone say you can integrate AI in 10 minutes, some said 5 minutes. As is until when you get into the conversation, you now say, "Oh, it's going to take quite a while." But they say, "Well, we have all the tools, we have the pipes and all that." But have a clear objective, a clear strategy of what you want to achieve, and start in bite sizes. Like, there's a lot to do, but start with a definite objective and say, "This is what we want to do. Do we want to improve recruitment efficiency? Do we want to enhance employee engagement? Do we want to have access to more data analytics to enable our line managers to make better decisions? What do you want to do?" When you do that, select the best tools for you. Seamless HR is one of them. And also Talents for AI is also one of them. So select the best tools that are API friendly. I mentioned the word API friendly, so that you can get as much API as possible, and you can integrate to your existing tool, to your HR tools, and also maybe to your core business application, maybe your banking tools based on the industry that you are, that you can integrate those data so that there's no manual, somebody uploading an Excel sheet, somebody still cleaning the data. Everything is all synced together, because data integration is also a very critical step. And once you do that, adoption is also a problem. It's also a major challenge. So you have to carry the stakeholders along, both the users, management, executive. Continuous user training is important. Phased implementation is important to ensure that there's huge buy-in. Because if people are not using it, you could have a great tools that people are averse to, or maybe some people are scared it might take their job and just decide not to use it. So adoption, setting the benefits, setting the objective is also good.
Awesome. That's really, really insightful. So I got to know recently that there's also a process of shopping for the right tool, where you discover how the data was created, how that integrates with your tool, transparency, and all of that. So now moving on to my next question, and this is for you, Barbara. By the way, you can also piggyback on what Colin and Deji has said, and don't worry, Colin, I'll give you a chance to piggyback on what they've said, right? So, what ethical considerations should be taken into account when integrating AI into HR technology?
Yeah, and I think we mentioned a couple of them before. There's bias and fairness. I think they're the key concerns in regards to AI systems because, you know, they can inadvertently perpetuate those existing biases, as Colin mentioned. And if they're trained on that bias data, so that's definitely a consideration and something we need to be aware of. You know, and there's that old saying, sort of rubbish in and or rubbish out. I think privacy and data protection is also crucial. So businesses are going to need to implement robust security measures to protect sensitive personal data when it's being collected or processed by AI systems. And also, as Colin mentioned, you know, we can't remove that human element. There should always be human oversight and accountability in any AI data making process. It shouldn't just completely remove all of the human judgment, especially when we're looking at, you know, critical HR decisions. I recently went to the RE, which is the governing body of HR in Australia. They had their annual convention in Melbourne, and we discussed the potential of AI on employment and job roles. And so I think we need to plan for and also manage the upskilling and reskilling of our workforces. You know, there is a potential there. We talked about recruitment. We talk about all the efficiencies on that recruitment side. And there could potentially be job displacements. So we need to, as a business, I think we have that duty of care to our employees to ensure their employability into the future. And so we need to be upskilling and reskilling them. One of the speakers at the conference mentioned that in 5 years' time, the skills that we have will be redundant. So I think we need to be aware of that. And part of the ethical practice is bringing in AI and adopting that innovation and moving with technology is also considering the human impact of that and making sure that we're looking after our employees during that process.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that contribution. Well said. Colin, I don't know if you have anything to add to wrap up or piggyback on what Barbara DG has said.
No, I think they were both very erudite and clear. I think it's an interesting time, isn't it, in the development of the business, and AI is already losing a little bit of its luster, isn't it? Which is quite interesting. You know, the stories of big flotations and big investments are sort of dying out a little bit, which is often the way. You know, you get this lump and then you get the acceptance again. But I think the key thing for me about AI is perversely, you can use AI to clean up the data that you use to train AI on, right? So it becomes a very interesting area. So I think the perversity to me is it's almost going to eat itself in a way. AI is going to be battling against the AI to try and find the business use cases that add the most value. So we're going to use AI to source candidates, and whether that's just a mass data dump of finding CVs and reducing them down to a manageable amount, or interviewing, or whatever use case you've got, the candidate's going to be doing the same, right? They're going to be using AI to create cover letters and create CVs and create responses. So what are you actually getting? Are you getting a candidate, or are you getting an AI version of a candidate? And that's going to create some ethical issues as well in the future as to what's going to happen. And I think there's a broader discussion to be had is how can we make this benefit humanity, right? How can we make it so that we're all benefiting, whether we're in a tech space or got a great job or unemployed? How do we all benefit from this AI revolution? And if it is machines against machines, great. And will we get that 3-day working week I was promised 30 years ago, you know, where we can write poetry and look at the stars? That to me would be the glorious future of AI, if we can manipulate things that creating value while we're sleeping or rowing or dancing.
Yes. Well said. Perfect illustration. Yeah. So it's been really, really awesome to have all of you here. This is a wrap up. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Colin, for coming through for this session. And to our audience, thank you for joining us for AI4HR 2024. And until next time, have the best of your day, evening, or afternoon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.